What's going on? Grand Rising. I had 10 comments. Nappy Child, M. Renee, Bernice, Liz Libos, No Pressure. Um, I apologize. Very Carey. Uh, Liz said, let's roll. I'm in here waiting. I don't know what happened with my alarm. And who was that? Hey, Tanya McNeil, Grand Rising to you. Happy Memorial Day to all of you guys. Uh, Rudy with autism, homestead, Grand Rising. I think it was M. Renee who said, Rascal, go over there and get your mom. Rascal, go in there and get your mama. Yeah, and that he did. Okay, very Carrie, Bernice was here. Thank you guys for where you at, girl? Queen Diva, where you at, girl? Very Carrie, where you at? I was here on time. Ronnie Q, stuff happens. Nappy Child 100. So, uh, who's planning on grilling today? Any of you guys grilling today? My goodness, it's all good. Well, I thank you that you are cool with me showing up. A little late, but I'm here. Okay, so let's get to our news for today. Okay, this is the first one. Yes, yes, yes. Hold on one second. Uh, no, it's raining here. Liz says she's having fish and vegetables, but she's grilling them. I'm off today and hanging by the pool. I ain't mad at you, Liz. That sounds like a good day. Shh, 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 shh. Somebody's somebody's growling. Okay, so there are a few things that I wanted to talk about 45, 47. I wanted to talk about this is the fifth anniversary of George Floyd's death, as you may or may not know. And there were so much uh, said during that time, so many promises made during that time. Um, they just signed the consent decree to the Minneapolis Police Department, I believe, this past January. Um, so uh, 4547 has said that he is going to end all of these uh, consent decrees. So let me share a little of this with you. I don't know if you guys knew this. Ronnie Q, your thoughts on the fire at Nottoway Plantation. My thoughts on the fire at Nottoway Plantation. You know, if I'm, you have to understand where trying to come from with this, because I like antique stuff. And I'm not saying that it was an antique that needed to be saved because they were on the tours, they were hiding the real things that went on at that plantations. They gave these tours about how that they didn't treat their slaves bad and all of this type of stuff. Some tours went without the word slavery being used at all. But And looking at that building, it amazed me that these no, it shouldn't have amazed me because we do know that the slaves are not ignorant people. We do know that all of math and sciences started over in Africa. So I take that back. It doesn't amaze me. I think that it was a amazing feat for these Africans to do. I'm not going to even say they were unskilled in what they were doing. uh, the height. I just imagine how many people died building that huge monstrosity of a slave mansion. I think I'm glad that it burned down. I think that there's enough pictures to archive it. Unfortunately, many of the pictures are of bitches getting married there, but that's what I think about it. The owner said that he is going to rebuild it. He is an attorney, and he is married to a judge. He said he's going to rebuild it allegedly, and he said that it's not uh he did anything. It's not like he or his family had anything to do with slavery. The newest owner had just bought it a year or so ago. So he's going back with like, why y'all upset? You don't know nobody who was in slavery. You don't know nobody who enslaved people personally. The simple fact that you're so closed-minded on the fact why people if you're gonna do tours on this house and you're being disingenuous about what this house represent shows me uh I do know somebody who is enslaving people. You're enslaving the whole history of a people. Hey Bernice, Grand Rising. Dan Dryas, attorney's wife is a judge. Yeah, but atonement is real. Yes, it is. You know, looked at the house. I was like, my goodness, that I'm just looking at it, the architecture of the house, and then I'm just like, oh my God, I cannot imagine what these people went through to build this house and to labor at that in that land. And then when the war came, it said that he didn't want to fight the war. He wanted to the largest plantation, weddings and Airbnbs, and even the trees have plaques with their children's names. Are you kidding me? I didn't know about the trees with the plaques with their kids' name. Hopefully, nobody hung from these plaque trees in the history of this antebellum, as they like to try to refurbish the whole name of these places, antebellum homes. They don't like to call them slaves homes. No, they don't like to call them that. However, when the Civil War came, so this guy, the owner of, I forget his name. He was from Virginia originally, and he moved down to Louisiana when his father got some job with the union or something. So he came down there, and he was going to. The story goes that he was going to build a cotton plantation, but then he decided to go with a sugar plantation because the weather was so humid, and that is very true. There used to be a lot of sugar cane plantations down in that area. Yeah, exactly. It was a sugar plantation, not a cotton plantation. Never got Workers never got a break as a cot as in a cotton plantation. So you mean because the sugar cane grew all year round? Okay, I got you. Okay, so during the when the Civil War came, this richest man in that area, he didn't want to fight the war though. He was like, "No, I'll give y'all some money, and I'll give you two of my sons." I don't know what came of his sons, but instead of fighting the Civil War, he took 200 slaves down to Texas and gave his sons up and some money to fight the Civil War. He wanted all that came with being on the Union side, but he didn't want to fight on the Union. Is it the Union side? The Union side, yes. So that's what I know became of him. And then his wife allegedly sold the whole plantation for something like $50,000, which was equivalent to 1.2 million dollars. She undersold the plantation. So that's all I know about the plantation, and I am so happy that it burned down. But there are many, many, many others. Don't be deceived that there are not a lot of plantations that are doing the exact same thing all up and through. They may not be the largest ones, but they're huge. They're still huge. So there people will be making other wedding arrangements. I could never understand. I've said this before. I could never understand how black women could book their wedding at an antebellum home, but they do. Okay. Workers never got a break at the cotton plantation and married into wealth. His wife father gave her over 100 slaves at marriage. Wow. Thank you, Liz. Liz is filling in part of the story as well. They called it what did they call it? They called it I think it has something about spa in the title of the new rebranding. I saw an interview with one guy. He said he got fired. He said because they said that he uh, had too much compassion when he was going on his tours. Okay, just too disgusting. I concur. Okay, so let's get into this right here. I have something I want to share with you.
In the summer of 2020. I can't breathe, racial reckoning, Black Lives Matter. There are certain phrases that stay with everyone from the summer of 2020. I can't breathe, racial reckoning, Black Lives Matter. And then there's what 6-year-old Gianna Floyd said about her father. My daddy changed the world. Well, President Biden referenced that moment while signing an executive order on police reform 2 years after her father's murder.
Now she told me when I saw her, she was a little over 2 years ago. She said, she pulled me aside, she said, my daddy changed the world.
Well, now 5 years after George Floyd's death, a lot that did change is being chipped away, sometimes literally. Black Lives Matter Plaza in D.C. is no more. That site was paved over earlier this year. Companies are stepping away from their
That was paved over by 4547's demand, or that he would not give the mayor any funding on top of it. That's why it was. I think we spoke about it during. Yes, we did. I remember the videos. Okay, let's continue.
Their diversity, equity, inclusion promises. And just days before tomorrow's anniversary of George Floyd's murder, some of the heralded change to police accountability came undone too. President Trump was president in 2020, and his Department of Justice announced a move this week to dismiss police oversight agreements, both in Louisville, where Breonna Taylor was killed in March of 2020, and in Minneapolis, where George Floyd was killed on May 25th 2020. Now, these agreements are called consent decrees. The DOJ argues in the Wall Street Journal, nobody is above the law, not even the police. Yet the overwhelming majority of police officers should be free to continue what they do best, protect and serve their communities. The Civil Rights Division will work with, not against, our brave police. Now, the rhetoric and the actions all taken together raise an uncomfortable question. The murder of George Floyd did change the world. But 5 years later, is the world changing back? The mayor of Minneapolis was asked about the end of federal oversight of police reform in his city, and he says, we're doing it anyway. Our next.
Did they change it? Did they change anyway? Hey, Nappy Child. Grand Rising, Madison. Good to see you. Did it ever change anyway? Okay, they said, Minneapolis said that they are going to continue doing it anyway. This is a story. And Louisville, Kentucky also said the same thing.
Our next guest has been helping police in Minneapolis and across the country navigate these agreements. Michael Harrison served as chief of the police departments in Baltimore and New Orleans. He's now lead investigator at the organization Effective Law Enforcement for All. Mr. Harrison, thank you for being with me. So in this announcement from the Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon ending consent decrees in these investigations, she said that unelected and unaccountable bureaucrats often have anti-police agendas. Let's start here. Former chief, you have an anti-police agenda?
Absolutely not. First of all, thank you so much for having me. Absolutely not. I've had a 33-year career in law enforcement, serving as the police chief for 4.5 years in New Orleans and another 4.5 years in Baltimore, Maryland as the police commissioner. And so I'm a policeman through and through, but there is such a thing as good policing, which is what I am committed to.
And so I want you to listen to a portion of an interview that Harmeet Dillon, the Assistant Attorney General, gave. And this is what she talks about the motivations of some of these consent decrees.
When a city's under a consent decree, cops have to suddenly fill out reams of paperwork every day. Guess what? They don't want to do that. They didn't become cops to sit there and do paperwork. So they quit, they retire, they move to cities where they do want policing to be done effectively. Crime goes up because criminals now know that the policing is not being done. Axios did a review of cities under consent decrees. And I think one of the figures is crime went up by 61% in Los Angeles County as a result after consent decrees were imposed on the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Okay, so let's look into that. People don't want to be doing paperwork. Of course they want to be doing paperwork because as long as they're on the clock, they're getting paid. Bitch, get out of my face with this bullshit. Crime went up 61%. Let's look at that because they were mad that they were under a consent decree, so they just allowed crime to happen. That's not by mere circumstance. What happened to the cops that were ignoring the crime? Let's continue.
So that was a different soundbite, but let's roll with it. According to their analysis of FBI statistics, this Axios 2021 report, violent crime dropped in some smaller cities like Ferguson, but 2 years after the consent decrees, violent crime rose 61% in LA County, 36% in Albuquerque, 27% in Seattle, 20% in New Orleans, 11% in Baltimore. You know those last two cities well. Why?
Well, there are a lot of reasons why crime goes up, and police is only one part of public safety, and a lot has to go into making sure that police can deter crime, can prevent crime, can apprehend people who commit crime. I am living proof, and the departments I've served in are living proof that we have debunked that myth that police reform and public safety and crime fighting go hand in hand, and they are not mutually exclusive. Crime has gone up in a number of places, but in New Orleans, under a federal consent decree, in my last year, crime had gone to historic lows, and the murder and shooting rate had gone to a 50-year low. In Baltimore, in my last 2 years, both violent crime and property crime went down. The murder rate there was in a historic low. And a year and a half after I left, it's still hitting historic lows while still under a consent decree. So that has been debunked twice, that you cannot, the myth that you cannot reform and effectively fight crime. Reform and crime fighting go hand in hand, and we have done both in both cities, and it has happened in other cities. So what you heard is something.
Okay, so what you heard was, what do they call it? Boppy cock or cocky bop or BS. Okay, so this link is in my description box. Please go over there to hear the rest of the statistics that he is giving in his own personal opinion. Now, let's say what Minneapolis is saying about the ending of this consent decree.
Progress in our commitment to police reform, even if the President of the United States is not. Just yesterday, the independent monitor for our settlement agreement said that Minneapolis thus far has made more progress in the first year around police reform and creating a foundation for change than virtually any city under a consent decree in the United States. We're going to move forward with that work, with or without the White House. It also needs to be said that the timing of this move for a dismissal is entirely predictable. The Trump administration is a mess. They had every opportunity to move for a dismissal in the months previous to right now, but instead they delayed. They asked for extension after extension, and of course, it is predictable that they would move for a dismissal the very same week that George Floyd was murdered 5 years ago.
This is no accident. This is very calculated. This administration tries to find reasons to be unnecessarily cruel in the racist shit that they do all the time. So don't think that it just took him a couple of months to get around to it. They felt that it was more of a slap in the face if they did it on the weekend that he was killed, in my opinion, too.
What this shows is that all Donald Trump really cares about is political theater. This is predictable. We had a good feeling that this was coming. The judge gets to decide whether to dismiss the case, and I can't speak to what the judge will decide, but I can speak to what we are doing. Here is the bottom line. We're doing it anyway. We will comply with every sentence of every paragraph of the 169-page consent decree that we signed this year. We will make sure that we are moving forward with every sentence of every paragraph of both the settlement around the Minnesota Department of Human Rights as well as the consent decree. The bottom line is this. People should expect us to do this work. People have been demanding for years that we do this work, and we're not going to let them down.
Okay, so this link is also in my description box under, I think the heading is, this is a deplorable man. Okay, so let me share this with you right quick. I have one more. What is Louisville, Kentucky going to do? Okay, let's see what they are talking about.
And a new day in Louisville, just 6 months inside. 6 months ago, rather, inside Metro Hall, when Louisville Metro leaders and members of the Justice Department announced that they had finalized a 242-page federal consent decree to transform Louisville police. Now, today, that momentum is still not gone, even with federal consent decrees being dropped, because the mayor plans to implement a local reform agreement.
While this is not the outcome we hoped for, when we stood right here in December and announced the decree, it is an outcome that we have planned for.
A bomb drop on Wednesday as the U.S. Department of Justice announced plans to dismiss Louisville's consent decree. This after years-long investigations of Louisville police, uncovering of discriminatory patterns and practices, and months of reform negotiations. And while the Metro's framework to correct LMPD will no longer have court-ordered federal oversight, Mayor Craig Greenberg promises the same results with a local consent decree called Community Commitment.
It incorporates all of the objectives previously included and negotiated in the consent decree and puts in place the accountability and transparency measures needed to continue building trust and public safety throughout all of Louisville.
Like the federal agreement, this consent decree has a 5-year or less time period to achieve LMPD's improvement goals, and an independent monitor will be hired to assess the department's compliance.
Okay, so these two departments are uh, saying that they are going to commit to the agreement that they signed on to. Now, uh, let's be clear. Why do you think so many of them have a strong I back the blue stance? Why do you think so many of them back the blue? Good morning, soldier. Uh, happy Memorial Day. Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day to you as well. Uh, because that's who they can entertain themselves by analyzing us in the street, by giving us absolutely no justice, by uh, that these are the people who does the things that they were allowed to do uh, uh, when some of them thought that America was great back in the day. You know, these are the people who to all types of things to black and brown people, black people under the color of law, break the law, uh, enjoy doing it. So that's why a lot of people are back the blue. Because if you can't depend on nothing, you can depend on that. Hey, Leonard, good to see you. Okay, so this would cause more division too. You're absolutely right. Um, no pressure. And I want to share this with you. I don't know if any of you heard about this. I heard about this. I don't have it set up in my mentions. I'm going to drop the link in the chat, and then I'll put it in my description box after the live. You guys know what happened down in let me drop the link here. In Kansas City, Missouri. So they cannot get anybody FEMA to go down here and help the people in Missouri. This has been totally ignored on the national scale by your administration. Not a word has been said about these storms and how these people in these red states, but in black communities, have been devastated by those tornadoes. I think it was last week or a week before last. I think it was the end of a week before last.
All right, Brittany, thank you. Kansas City, Missouri residents are expressing alarm after a hate group marched in downtown Kansas City yesterday. We got footage of that group while they were at the Liberty Memorial before they began their march downtown. The group was in a uniform wearing tan hats, white masks covering their faces, navy blue shirts, tan pants, and boots. Some were carrying shields. The flags they carried included upside-down American flags, the Confederate flag, and a flag that identifies the group as the Patriot Front. City, Missouri police have confirmed that as their identity. The Southern Poverty Law Center describes Patriot Front as a white nationalist hate group that broke off of a neo-Nazi group after the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017. The SPLC says Patriot Front has destroyed murals dedicated to George Floyd and other victims of police violence and murals dedicated to civil rights leaders. They are also known to protest LGBT. At the end of the march, those groups climbed into U-Haul box trucks and then left Kansas City. A viewer shared this video with us. The SPLC says the Patriot Front regularly uses box trucks like these to transport their members to protests. The Kansas City, Missouri Police Department says it was unaware of the protest ahead of time. No arrests were made. Kansas City Mayor cowardice come our way. He did not explicitly say that was in response to the march downtown.
Okay.
A Central Texas family searches.
Okay. Let me remove that. So, were you guys aware that that happened? Wow, no surprise. Broke U-Haul Nazi. Now, I don't know. I was watching YouTube in my bed last night. I sent him a text. I was watching. You said Rascal text and said, "Wake your mama up." Uh, uh, I think I don't know what happened with my alarm. There was absolutely no alarm. There's no way I could sleep through my alarm, and I always check my alarm. Uh, I, I don't know what happened with my alarm. Okay, now about this Klan rally. You saw how many people were there. They estimated that there were over 100 people there, and I wish I could get them walking down the street, shoulder to shoulder, a whole big long snake of them walking through the street. But they had absolutely no permit, nothing to do this. How does this happen? How does something like this continue to happen that these people never need a permit to go out in the street? And you may want to also know that they splintered off from the group of khaki wearing. Uh, there's good people. There were good people on both sides. Rally that they had. Where was that in? Years ago. Um, in Charlottesville. They are a break off hate group from those people who march. Let me remind you about Charlottesville. Why don't I? So they it is stated that they always uh, protest or whatever. Thank you, Miss Parker, for becoming a new member. It is said that they always protest miles and miles away from where they live. Why? That is, and they use U-Hauls to get around. Okay, so they use U-Hauls to get around, and it is illegal to ride a human being in the back of a U-Haul. So when there were complaints that they were escorted by the police, and the police response was, "No, we didn't escort them. We heard that it was going down, and we stayed on the scene to make sure nothing would happen. So you protected them, so nothing would happen to them." Okay, got it. So also, it's illegal. So you saw them loading back up into the U-Haul and the U-Haul driving away, and you did not stop them for this illegal act, and you will shoot a black man dead because you can't see the entire of his license plate or the corner of his license plate frame is uh, interfering with something on his license plate and all of this bullshit when their actions could have really killed people driving human beings in the back of a U-Haul. Okay. Okay. I got it. Hey, Church Mouse. Cops probably were not aware of them coming. Sometimes they just show up. The police are a part of them. Okay, so um, and you notice the tactic of them with these button down shirts. I'm pretty sure some of them have to have button down shirts. I mean, long sleeve shirts because they're tatted all up. But they try to blend in as they are. We're unthreatening. We're just some khaki wearing people, khaki pants wearing people. We're business people. We're concerned, but your face is always covered up. So it is suspected that these are a lot of people that you would not suspect who are actually marching in these rallies, and these are people that could be working in high places. It is suspected. It is suspected. So let's keep it a buck. They're trying to make this seem like this is something innocent. I don't know if this has been reported on the national news. National news. I hadn't seen it on the national news. It was a podcaster who I got this information from, and I just looked it up while I started playing my first videos. So let me remind you of Charlottesville.
From city leaders today. That's after members of a controversial nationalist group rallied and marched in Kansas City. The group is called the Patriot Front. Civil rights nonprofit, the Southern Poverty Law Center, categorizes it as a hate group. Fox 4's Jacob Sloan shares reaction from people around the city.
On Memorial Day weekend, the Liberty Memorial is decorated.
A hate group. I'm sure that cocked eye Cash Patel is looking into this, don't you think? Do you think that Pam Bimbo is looking out what this hate group is capable of? No, not at all.
Decorated to honor our troops. But yesterday, more flags appeared at the memorial from ralliers. These pictures show the group with faces covered, rallying at the memorial. They carry shields and a variety of flags. Some are upside-down USA flags. Some carry the Betsy Ross flag from the 17th.
You mean they are desecrating the flag by flying the flag upside down? They have no respect for the flag? Clutching my pearls. The Betsy Ross flag. Where did they even get the Betsy Ross flag?
1700s. Others even hold the Confederate battle flag. The SPLC calls them a white nationalist hate group that split from the group who planned the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. That rally killed one person and injured many others. The National World War I Museum and Memorial issued a statement to Fox 4 on Sunday, saying they respect the group's right to peaceful assembly and free speech and want to be unequivocally clear that the views expressed by this group do not represent or align with our values. They continue to say they stand firmly against hatred, bigotry, and divisiveness in all forms. In a Facebook post on Saturday, Mayor Lucas also said, while the First Amendment provides the right to bring any message to Kansas City, we know that our diversity, our welcoming community, and our respect for the rights of all reject whatever hate and cowardice come our way. It's still unclear why the group chose Kansas City for their demonstration. We reached out to KCPD to see if they received any advance notice the rally was happening. We have not heard back. Jacob Sloan, Fox 4, working for you.
So the police would not tell if they had advance notice that the group was coming. Well, they did not. They did not reply back. Republicans, Ronnie Q. Yeah, right. Exactly. Good morning, friend. It is good to see you, friend. Okay. Take off your mask. We want to know who the bigots and racists really are. Grand Rising, Baron. It's good to see you as well. Okay. So I dropped that link. I dropped the other link. Let me drop this specific link just in case you guys want to share that information. I always like to cite my sources. Here we go. So in other news, okay. So where I'm going, where I'm going is we have a whole. It appears a nutcase at the head of our government right now. Here we go. Now, right after we just got through with this huge scare about prices going up, and after he comes back from his Middle East retreat, where he has enriched himself, it is estimated between 2 point something and $3 billion himself and his family as the sitting president in the Middle East. And then he also tried to proclaim that he made all of these deals about people from the Middle East investing in the United States. And I also told you last week that most of these deals that he was announcing had already been procured underneath Biden's administration. Let's be clear. Who came out best in the Middle East appears to be himself. So here we are. He comes back, and the first thing he announces is that he's going to put a 50% tariffs on the EU, the European Union. It's supposed to be our allies. That's the first thing that comes out of his mouth. Now, he's already insured. He didn't sit over. No, he caused our prices to go up already, guaranteed 30% on his tariffs with China, and then he turns around and beg Walmart or China to eat the tariffs. I thought the tariffs was going to make the United States rich. If Walmart or China eat the tariffs, how then is that making America uh, fluff with money? Flush with money. The United States was going to be flush with so much money because of all the money coming in from the tariffs. If that's true, that's how you presented the tariffs. If that's true, how is Walmart going to become rich if they eat the tariff? That means that they are paying the tariff, so they're not getting rich. If the other nations uh, eat the tariffs, how is that going to make the United States rich? Well, I guess that would make us rich by paying off the 30% of the tariff. But the other nations are not going to pay the tariffs. What they're going to do if they're going to tariff us. So that's unreasonable. So now he 50% tariffs on the EU.
Spoke to European Commission President von der Leyen. Did you discuss the 50% tariffs and did you agree to?
She just called me, as you know, and she asked for an extension on the June 1st date. And she said she wants to get down to serious negotiation because I told you specifically, I told anybody that would listen, they have to do that. And we had a very nice call, and I agreed to move it. I believe June 9th would be, July 9th would be the date. That was the date she requested. Could we move it from June 1st to July 9th? And I agreed to do that. And that she said we will rapidly get together and see if we can work something out. Yeah, I'll give you.
Okay. I thought that you were already in all of these negotiations. Remember, before he came out with these EU, so he has put on a tax to the EU, and he has already rescinded a 30-day reprieve from said taxes. This motherfucker has absolutely no idea what he's doing, other than making us, the United States, feel like they are someone that people who trade with us have to move away from. That's the only thing that he's ensuring. Who wants to deal with somebody who one day is this, one day is something else? You said that the European Union they weren't coming to the table with good proposals or offers. But you said that you had 90 people who you guys were cutting deals with and making offers. This is the man who is supposed to be akin to the art of the deal. So what happened to all of these 90 deals with nations that you guys were thumbling through? And then you come back off your Middle East trip to put 50% sanctions on your allies. So, have you heard of any other negotiations that have come through? No, you haven't, because they haven't. Okay, so Biggie Smalls' voice. It was all a dream. Yes, yes, yes. He's a nutcase. Okay, let me share this with you as well. Just in case you didn't see it. What does 50% tariff represent?
Announcing that he is recommending a 50% tariff on all goods coming from the EU starting June 1st. And what he's citing is a lack of progress in the trade talks. At the same time, he's also now threatening, again on social media, is threatening Apple with a 25% tariff if it does not build iPhones in America. As we know, moving Apple's supply chain to America is not something that can be done in a hot minute. As this plays out, do you think Trump's trade war has a lasting impact on U.S. relationships, friend and foe?
I think it does, and I think it's almost entirely negative. You know, I remember way back when conservatives and Republicans believed that the market should set prices in terms of sales and production and that sort of thing, not following the edicts of the American president. And I also, and this is a very important point, I've spoken to many business leaders, finance leaders around the country over the past 4 months since the inauguration. They have believed, they hope that the tariffs were just a bargaining tool, just a tool to fix some things, and then everything would go back to normal. I don't know that this is enough for some of those true believers, but for everybody else, I just ask, look at what he's doing. He believes in these tariffs. This is going to continue as long as he is in office. So my only hope here on the tariff front is swift decision on the constitutional challenge to these so-called reciprocal tariffs, the Liberation Day tariffs. I think business ought to get behind it. Let's move this quickly through the courts and get a decision by the Supreme Court that I think will say resoundingly that the whole episode is unconstitutional.
And hold on 1 second. And this is absolutely illegal. This is absolutely illegal because 4547 is not the person who is supposed to be making the case for where he can make the case for. He's not the one who's supposed to be enacting tariffs. That is a job of Congress. And he came in with his executive order about a emergency in the finance of the country, and that's the guise of which he's doing this under. Emergency orders, like all of these emergency appeals that he's taking to the Fifth Circuit State Supreme Courts and up into the federal Supreme Court. All of this entertaining his fake emergencies to make rulings at 1 a.m. None of this is an emergency. All of this is a setup, a show. Hold on 1 second. All of this is to flood the game tactics that he's using. Hey, Queen Diva, good to see you. Okay, so you're looking at everything else while you're ignoring. Are you guys ignoring? Let's get back to the Black history. We're going to get around to that. Let me share this with you. The overtness of the things that they are doing. Let's, here we go.
NBC News. Decades-old artifacts related to slavery and civil rights are rotating out of exhibits at the museum.
Slavery and civil rights exhibits removed from the Blacksonian. Here's the info from NBC News.
Decades-old artifacts related to slavery and civil rights are rotating out of exhibits at the museum as the potential White House review looms large. In late March, President Trump signed an executive order demanding, in part, the museum take down any exhibits that, quote, divide Americans based on race. But now the White House says that it's washing its hands of any involvement in changes at the museum. NBC News went inside the museum and found at least 32 artifacts currently removed, including Harriet Tubman's Book of Hymns. Gospels believed to have been sung as she led enslaved people to freedom through the Underground Railroad. And the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, the memoir of one of the most important leaders in the abolitionist movement. Both items gifted to the Smithsonian. The institution pushing back on critics, saying on their website, quote, claims that objects have been removed for reasons other than adherence to standard loan agreements or museum practices are false.
So damn sad. Put it up full mass. They are not removing artifacts. They are removing historical context and information. Keep that picture up. The same individuals who have engaged in this crusade to remove historical artifacts of strong Black leaders who were able to properly contextualize the moment of their era and lead individuals to a more progressive era. They're being removed, but these same individuals removing them would argue that a city government does not have the right to remove a racist as Confederate monument. They don't believe that divides the nation. They would tell you that's history and the government should fund it. But when it comes to Black leaders who stood for morality and justice, and let's be honest, the morality of Black folk have made this country what it is, the superpower that it became, and the potential that still rests inside of it. Without the morality of Black folk, what would America be? You probably don't even want to think about that. Without the movement of King and others, what would this country be? According to News One, Miss President Trump's flurry of executive orders targeting civil rights and Black history, concerns are growing over exhibits being rotated out of the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture. According to NBC News, certain artifacts and exhibits detailing the history of slavery and the civil rights movement are being rotated out amid a potential review by the White House. In March, President Trump signed the, quote, Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History executive order that, among many other things, requires museums to remove exhibits that showcase, quote, improper ideology. Now, I want you to know he's keeping these terms very loose, very
improper ideology. But let you say that you want to take down a Confederate monument. What is it? This is our history. This is our history. So they only recognize their own white history that they want to they want to whitewash down to make it seem like, oh, well, you know, we fed the slaves. Oh, you know, our slaves all slaves were happy. In 2025, all slaves were happy. Like Ron DeSantis says that, hey, they taught them a skill. They taught them a skill. They didn't teach them shit, because the reasons why they brought the slaves over here is because they didn't even know how to grow food on the land. That's why do you think they brought slaves over here? Why do you think they noted what part of the continent of Africa that these slaves came from? Because they knew if they came from a certain coast of Africa, they were already practiced in, say, things like growing rice. They already knew how to do certain things if they came from a certain coast of Africa. So you mean to tell me you taught them what? Because you couldn't make it on your own? You need somebody, they taught you. They taught you. You sat up there and you do what you always do. Watch and see what they're doing, see how they're getting things done, and then act as if you created it. Let's continue.
Subjective intentionally. He did the same thing with the Republican National Committee. When he hijacked it, the first thing they did was they rooted out all of the definites, all of the exacting language, and replaced it with very loose, subjective, interpretive clauses. Why? Because he doesn't want to be bound to very specific anything, nothing. He wants to operate in this area. NBC News went inside the museum and found at least 32 artifacts. Now, that's at least 32 artifacts that were once on display have now been removed. They include Harriet Tubman's book of hymns filled with gospels that she is believed to have sung as she led enslaved people to freedom through the Underground Railroad, as well as a cloth made by enslaved people and a photo of the hip-hop group Public Enemy. Also removed was the, quote, narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, the memoir by one of the most important leaders in the abolition movement. Both items were gifted to the Smithsonian. Both the White House and the National Museum of African American History and Culture pushed back against the idea that these removals were a result of the executive order. White House spokesperson issued a statement saying, quote, the White House had no involvement in removing any exhibit from the National Museum of African American History and Culture or any other Smithsonian institution. They did this on their own accord, end quote. Though when one considers that the former director of the museum left as a result of the executive order, and that both Chief Justice John Roberts and Vice President J.D. Vance sit on the damn Smithsonian board, it doesn't entirely pass muster, does it? Those who loaned the items to the museum also aren't entirely convinced that the return was not politically motivated. Let's go to it. Liz Breselton, Ms. Breselton, the owner of a diary connected to the Oscar-winning film 12 Years a Slave, is not convinced either. She gave one of her great-great-grandfather's diaries to the museum in September 2015 on a 10-year loan. The museum sent her a letter in March before the end of the term saying, quote, we have decided to move ahead with the return a bit early to coincide with our internal gallery rotation schedule. The letter was sent to 2 weeks before Trump signed the executive order targeting exhibits at the Smithsonian, which once again raised a red flag. The removal of these items comes as the Trump administration has repeatedly made attacks on free speech, DEI initiatives, and Black history. In April, the National Park Service came under scrutiny after it removed the story of Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad from multiple exhibits. They eventually restored the exhibits after national outcry. You all were part of that. We covered it from day one. But the fact that they even had the audacity to try it should tell you everything about where this administration's priorities are. As a result of the executive order and leadership changes at the museum was the site of the, quote, Hands Off Our History rally earlier this month. The executive order, along with other moves by the Trump administration, also spurred legislation from Democratic lawmakers to protect civil rights landmarks and on the National Register from being sold. Because, of course, the Trump administration, they tried to do that also. Listen, for those of you who come to Atlanta sometimes or looking to come to Atlanta to go to the King exhibit, right? Go check out the great historical King Center. That's a federal place. It's bound by federal rules. It is federally funded. If they take all of these things away, why couldn't they start coming after those? You see, this is systematic. These individuals don't simply go to the policy limit. They then create a new policy after they've maxed out that limit. And this is the game. All right, Reese, this is so sad. Thoughts here.
This is in my description box. Go check it out. Welcome to the fall of Babylon 2.0. Ronnie Q, are you aware of the Becky that killed her Black boyfriend who would only be with white women? Yeah, hey. Thank you, Leonard. Okay, so kind of like that Becky that unalived killed her Black boyfriend from I think it was from some parts of Africa. They saw all of that and heard that bogus story and did not charge her until her friends actually said how she used to always attack him and hit on him and had stabbed him once before. But when you looked at his social media things, he reveled in the part that he had a white woman and downgraded Black women. So hey, I, I can't feel for everyone. I cannot uphold uh, anything in these types of situations. That's how you feel, go with the wind. Go for find your happiness. I I have nothing to say about them. And the family was asking why they didn't get support. For the one that this case in Miami, the family was disheartened because they did not get any support from the Black community. Okay, why should you? People can support whoever they want to support. Forget that. Did you see that idiot went to the black bar yelling N words at everyone and got that business? No, I did not see that. Okay, so uh, I wanted you to see that. Uh, Let me see. What is this? Okay. Now I wanted to talk to. Now you guys have heard that Russia has went on one of the bloodiest attacks in Kiev that since the whole war has started. Now you understand that Ukraine is supposed to be our allies, but anybody notice that Ukraine was the only ones trying to broker peace? He showed up in Turkey, and Trump and Putin didn't show up, and Trump coming out with those little oh Vladimir, stop requests about all the bombings that Putin was still doing. Where's that? I don't know why I am set up in this. Oh man. Vladimir, stop. Come on, Vladimir, stop. He had absolutely nothing uh, other than the word stops that he wanted Vladimir to do. Now, um, they start saying that if they couldn't garner a peace deal, that they were just going to wash their hands, and as if both people were not trying to get a peace deal, as if one of the sides who was trying to broker a peace deal to keep themselves safe from after they had been invaded upon, as if the both sideism. So it seems like Vance and 45 are ready to walk away from Russia. And he said that he doesn't know. I don't know what happened to Vladimir. This isn't the same Vladimir I knew. Something happened. He's not loving like he used to do. This is what your president said about the person who invaded a country. But was so much for that I could end the war on its first day. Shit. I guess it's so much for that. So there was no, and with all of this, with all of the bombing that has gone on over there, the worst bombing that has gone on over there in the 3-year war, there has been not one mention of a sanction against Russia. Russia is one of the only nations that don't even have tariffs. What does Russia have on 45, 47? That's the bigger question. He's so enamored with these authoritarian regimes that I think that he's putting the United States. It's my opinion that the United States is in a dangerous position with an idiot bowing down to authoritarianism. Trump wants Ukraine to allow Putin to have the land. Of course he does. Exactly, Church Mouse. Exactly. So let's get into a little of this. All of these links are in my description box. Adam Mokler, I believe this one is. Watch Zelensky call Trump out. Okay. So after all of this bombing, I think it's somewhere right here. Let's see.
There's a good chance that it could happen.
Bro, when? You said that a while ago. Hey, and Trump is yelling like a grandpa saying, get off my lawn.
What am I going to tell you? You're the fake news, aren't you? You're totally fake.
And then he attacks the news like Putin would.
Hold on.
And he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other.
Here we go.
Way less. Zelensky didn't do anything. Putin is striking cities. He's like, I don't like it. I really don't like it at all. It's like he's telling a young kid to get off his lawn. Bro, you're the president of the United States. Use some of our leverage to protect our allies.
We're in the middle of talking and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
President, what do you want to do about that?
I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. We'll see what we're going to do.
Trump clearly doesn't know his enemy.
What are you going to do about it? We'll see what I'm going to do about it. Nothing. You're not going to do anything about it.
Doesn't know the first thing about Vladimir Putin. Again, Vladimir Putin's rise to power was predicated on killing, on being deceitful and murderous, being an authoritarian dictator. And this was in 2000. This was in the 90s. Now, Vladimir Putin has consolidated power, is literally launching full-scale invasions of his next-door neighbor in a Hitler-esque way. And Trump is yelling like a grandpa saying, get off my lawn.
What am I going to tell you? You're the fake news, aren't you? You're totally fake.
And then he attacks the news like Putin would attack the news, brother.
Okay, so they asked, what are you going to do about it? Well, we'll see. Well, we'll see. Well, what am I going to tell you? You're the fake news because you have. So he's mad because he is not going to do anything. And he's been asked a straight and direct question and he has no answer. He cannot say what we already know. You're not going to do anything. We already know the way you treated Zelensky when he came to your Oval Office, right? How you guys tried to bombard him with bullshit. We know you're not going to do absolutely nothing. Okay. So now the news, the people who ask are, what are you? You're fake news, aren't you? You're fake news, aren't you? No, you're a fake, you're a fake strong man. That's what's fake. You're alleged power and we're the best in America first bullshit. Let's continue.
All right, any other questions? I don't like what Putin is doing.
I have a question. Why is our president such an idiot?
Even a little bit. He's killing people. And something happened to this guy, and I don't like it.
I'm sorry, but I wish we had the sleepy guy again. At least the sleepy guy kept a steady hand and kept Putin frozen out of the global order.
And something happened to this guy, and I don't like it. He's the same guy he's always been. You just a stupid motherfucker.
He didn't concede anything to Putin, and here's Trump attacking them more.
Iran talks. I can't tell you what's going to happen tomorrow. I can tell you the Iran talks have been going very well. I'd love that to happen because I'd love to see.
He loved that you stupid motherfucking press got off his neck and start asking about Iran. Of course he loves that. Now he can wax poetically about Iran, a different topic, some more bullshit.
No bombs dropped, and a lot of people dead. I really would like to see that happen, and I think there's a good chance that it could happen.
Bro, when? You said that a while ago. We would like to see that happen as well, but that means you use your leverage and you apply pressure to Vladimir Putin. It's insane the way this administration is so uncoordinated and incompetent. No wonder they can't negotiate anything. Again, I say this all the time, and you guys may be sick of this. I have a lot of different illustrations that I use to talk about this, but when you're trying to gain leverage over someone, to win a negotiation, you have to give them things. So here's the thing. Right now, Russia does have leverage. Say this is Russia, this is Ukraine. Russia has more territory. They have more people they can throw into the grinder, and they're willing to do that. Ukraine can get leverage through U.S. funding. U.S. military aid, NATO guarantees, security guarantees, more weapons. There's so many ways to give Ukraine leverage. But what Trump has done is he's removed leverage. He's removed weapons, intelligence sharing. He's actually conceded that the U.S. will give up soon. He's conceded that Crimea will never be won over. He's conceded that Ukraine will never join NATO. He's conceded basically everything while not getting anything in return. And this brings me on to Zelensky saying the U.S. silence over Russian attacks are encouraging Putin, which they are. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has alleged that the U.S.'s silence after recent Russian attacks is encouraging President Vladimir Putin following Moscow's largest aerial attack yet. The overnight attack saw Russia fire 365 drones and missiles, the highest number in a single night since Putin launched the full-scale invasion 3 years ago. At least 12 people, including 3 children, were killed and dozens more injured in widespread strikes across Ukraine. They came a day after one of the heaviest assaults on the capital, Kyiv, in months. U.S. President Donald Trump reacted late on Sunday by telling reporters, I'm not happy with what Putin is doing. He's killing a lot of people. That sounds like him, right? Ukraine's Air Force said that since 2040 on Saturday local time, Russia has carried out strikes using 298 drones, 69 cruise and ballistic missiles. In a pointed message to Trump, who has previously claimed that Putin is interested in ending the war, Zelensky said, quote, the world may go on vacation, but the war continues, despite weekends and weekdays. This cannot be ignored. America's silence and the silence of others in the world only encourages Putin. Zelensky warned that Russia's brutality cannot be stopped without strong pressure on the Russian leadership. Trump's first comments on the latest strikes, which we listened to, he said, I'm not happy with Putin. It's just absolutely insane to me that Trump is such an absolute blithering idiot. And the thing is, Zelensky's right. If you want to stop Russian authoritarianism and Russian aggression, you have to stop it now before they accidentally hit a NATO country, before they make their way into Europe, and it actually does start World War III. I'm going to leave it there. Again, I'm in my hotel room. I'm going to chill out for the rest of the night. If you appreciate these videos, drop a like.
Okay. I definitely agree. 4547 has really shown that he has shown our alliances that he is not aligned with them, and what it says to me is he's showing our alliances that they cannot trust us to actually be aligned with him. You've noticed that the EU, they have all pulled off, and they have all are trying to set up different plans and parameters and leave the U.S. out of it because they don't feel that they can trust the United States. Now, where is that going to leave us? That's going to leave us as sitting ducks, in my opinion. That's where it's going to leave us. But hey, that's just one woman's opinion. Now, I want to share this with you as well. More than an embarrassment. Let me share this. Trump slammed for turning Oval Office meeting into a WWE style stunt. Okay, so we remember what happened when Zelensky visited, and we remember what happened when the South African president visited. And there is something very egregious about the way that the South African president was treated with all of this propaganda shown on TV. And what are you going to do about this? And they're killing the farmers. And we're going to talk about these farmers. We'll talk about them next. There were also a stack of papers that was given to 4547. And understand, I want you to pay attention that 4547 said that he was one of the reasons why the Congo and Rwanda are signed a peace deal. He said that is based on him, and he went in and he. When did you ever hear him talk about anybody going into broker peace with Rwanda and the Dominicans? Not the what is it? The Dominican of Congo, I think it is, with the Congo. When did you hear anything being announced? You ain't never heard nothing being announced about that because it ain't never happened. So he wants to put himself in the middle of that, and it is because of him that they have drawn up some type of peace thing. It is. At the same time, you got to understand that he held up a whole lot of papers of alleged news reports of white farmers being killed on their farms and their lands being taken. He had a whole big stack. And curiously, one of those papers that he held up, he said that this is Rutgers reporting this, and Rutgers came out and said no, that is not no white farmers being killed in South Africa. That is actually the Congo. This is what was happening in the Congo. This happened February 5th. They came out and said it themselves. Let me He held up a picture, February 5th, 2025, alleging that this was happening in South Africa, and they refuted it. Let me share this with you. Wrong one. Here we go.
On the world stage. On Wednesday, Trump hosted South African President Cyril Ramaphosa in the Oval Office on live TV in front of the entire world. And you know what he did? He hijacked the moment by accusing him of ignoring, quote, the white genocide against South African farmers. So quick fact check for you. There is absolutely no white genocide against white South African farmers. But again, as we know, Trump has never been one to let the truth get in the way of a little drama. Joining us now is Yinka Adegoke, editor for Semaphore Africa, and Maya Wiley, civil rights attorney, former assistant U.S. attorney, and president of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. So, you know, there's so much to unpack here, but I just want to get your thoughts, Yinka, if I can, about what we saw happen in the Oval Office and the broader story that has been brewing now for some months with this administration, all of its MAGA acolytes slowly trying to put into the national discourse that there is a white genocide against South African farmers.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no other word for it but embarrassment. Embarrassment for the United States, embarrassment for the White House, embarrassment for the Oval Office and what it represents. There's been this issue with South Africa that actually goes beyond just the Trump administration. It goes back a couple of administrations where there have been some tensions where, given South Africa's unique history with apartheid and coming out of that, they have very strong principles, if you like, about certain issues, be it Palestine, Israel, all these, that has caused a lot of tension, and, you know, sticking with the partners who helped them during the apartheid years, including the USSR, i.e. Russia today. And this has caused a lot of tension with any administration, not just this one. But it would seem that with Elon Musk, because he has particular concerns, which really are more about his business interests, particularly Starlink, and not being able to go in there and just open shop, he started to, you know, put it out there on social media. There are all these things going on. This stuff has been out there for years now. It's been debunked. It's complete nonsense. Farmers aren't being killed. There's a lot of violence in South Africa, as the president himself said, President Ramaphosa said. But this idea that white farmers are being targeted, completely untrue. But Musk was behind it. And the most interesting thing I noticed in that whole farcical exchange on the other day was that Elon Musk never said a word. He kept totally quiet.
It's probably because he never thought it was going to get to this moment, right?
He probably never thought he was going to get to this.
Yeah, he never thought he was going to be standing.
I noticed that too. Elon Musk didn't open his fucking mouth in that whole while. And you know, he's a whole I have to have the attention on me. He kept his mouth shut during that meeting in the Oval Office with Ramaphosa.
In the White House, staring, like keeping. And at one point, Trump tried to bring him in and said, you know, Elon doesn't really want to talk about this. You know, Trump always, you know, we've watched him for a few years now. He always kind of lets slip what he's really thinking, which is really like, hey, we should have, you know, Elon should say something. And Elon was like, I don't want any parts of this.
I think it's really important, and you, of course, touched on this, to just completely fact check the
and the reason why he don't want any parts of it, because he knows he's lying. The reason why he doesn't want any parts of it, because he has tweeted out on X that he can't start a Starlink. Is it Starlink? What is it? Starlink in South Africa because he's black. They won't do business with him because he's black. He's the victim. He's black. I'm the richest man on earth, and they won't do business with me because I'm black. No, the reason why you can't do business with him is because you refuse to do business with them the way that they require by law for you to do business with them. That 30% of Starlink will also be owned by a black person. Why are they doing this? This is so unfair. Was it fair all of the time that Africans were living under apartheid rule and over 50% of them were unemployed and had to live in land that you guys swatted out to them, kind of like the Palestinian people? But then when they get from under Palestinian rule and under apartheid rules, and then you have a black government, then all of a sudden, all of you few races who own damn near 80% of the farmland, you guys are being mistreated. Racism is against you. When you still own all of the land, all of the jobs, all of the production, and God forbid that these black government that have been put in place try to equal out the playing field. So people who are always accustomed to having things their way, they feel like it is oppression for you to try to level the playing field. Now you're oppressing them. So that's why he kept his mouth closed.
Central image that people have seen come out of this meeting over the last several days. Trump held up a photo of what he said were dead white farmers from South Africa. And Reuters found, contrary to Trump's claims, no bodies were ever buried along that road. And the white crosses seen there, the crosses didn't represent a specific number of farm murder victims. They were a symbolic tribute to a single murdered couple. And then also the Reuters found the image is from the Congo.
From the Congo. And it's really embarrassing because I think it was from like 2020, some sort of video they had done during the COVID period. And you could literally see people in their Hamza suits and what have you.
Yes.
It was obvious to anyone who actually took a few seconds.
So Maya, do you think they really do believe this? Or do you think, they're
I don't think it matters. And I think this is more than embarrassment. I think we have to go back to what's the purpose of the propaganda. Certainly, there are white extremists in South Africa who have been using disinformation about white farmer genocide to drive their white supremacist agenda in South Africa. We have white supremacists here in the United States. They have been also repeating the white supremacists in South Africa's claim of genocide. So why would the Trump administration, without sufficient fact-checking, elevate white supremacist lies that suggest black people are killing white people? Well, let me think. This is the same administration that has gutted civil rights enforcement inside every single agency in this country and has done so based on an executive order where Donald Trump has claimed that the greatest victims of civil rights violations are white men. He has actually said that he will take away temporary protective status, including from Afghanis who fought alongside with and supported and translated for American troops in Afghanistan, but yet he will revoke the temporary protective status. But who can be deemed a refugee? Some white Afrikaners from South Africa. So I think this is not embarrassment. I think the question is, what is the consistent through point on propaganda coming out of this administration so that it can do its corruption? It drives racism. It drives fear. It tries to divide people against one another and suggest, don't look over here at Starlink, or don't look over here at my real estate deals in other parts of the world. And if you remember, Cyril Ramaphosa himself said, sorry, I can't give you a $400 million check. This is what
he was very calm, actually.
Yeah.
He clearly was ready for the element of spectacle there.
And the attack, not the spectacle.
Right.
Yinka, I'm curious if you can remind our viewers of some of the history here, too, in South Africa specifically. This community, the Afrikaners, they're about a single-digit percentage point of the population, but they own almost 80% of the land.
Well, yeah.
But Black people make up the vast majority of South Africa.
81%.
Yes. Tell us a bit about the history and how things got to this point.
Well, I mean, I guess Afrikaners, descendants of Dutch migrants, got there 300 plus years ago, settled, eventually over time, claimed land, claimed minerals, claimed farms for themselves. And that went on for years into the 20th century. And then we had 46 years of an apartheid rule and total control of the country.
Minority control.
Minority control. The nation obviously became a pariah state with most reasonable countries of the world. Part of that history is that the United States was not always on the right side of history. But eventually got there, and
with a little help from a whole lot of college students.
Exactly, lots of college students, lots of protests, the kinds of protests that are trying to be stopped today. Yeah. And Nelson Mandela, who was in prison for 27 years, comes out, becomes this hero to the world.
The U.S. considered a terrorist at one point.
A terrorist. So, this is all people, we kind of vaguely know all this important history. South Africa, like I said, has very unique history because it's so recent in history.
I don't. She asked you to tell us what happened. I don't like the fact that he gives up most of the history, talking about most people already know. It seems like a lot of people have no idea how this started. She gave you an opportunity. Don't give that most people already know. Because if most people already know, they cannot take this bullshit that's being served to them. Take the opportunity to teach, sir.
But you brought up a really interesting point about the politics of South Africa today as this kind of state on the national, international level that is defying a little bit the United States. It's not as subservient, if you will, as other countries. And the United States has had major beef with South Africa because of the positions it has taken at the ICC against Israel.
Exactly. And if you think about it, right, even Cyril Ramaphosa, even though he was much younger then, these were people in government today were part of the anti-apartheid movement, right? So for them to just sort of throw that out and suddenly just pretend, like you know, Palestine, the leaders, PLO as it was then, they supported their movement. So they can't, so it'd be too difficult for them to just walk away from this.
So I lived in South Africa and did criminal justice work there for a couple of years. And it was 5 years after the end of apartheid in the first democratic presidency of the country, and the first time Black people got to run the country. Let me tell you what was happening with land reform and with crime. The unemployment rate for the Black community was functionally 50%, and it was 85% of the population. The country was crippled with debt that had been accumulated because of the fight against apartheid. And when the African National Congress asked the world, asked the global powers that be, forgive our debt so we can invest it in our people, they said, no, you got to pay us back with interest. All of the disinvestments, that land, like 10%, 11% of the land in South Africa can be farmed. It is mostly not an arable country. And what happened to Black people on land was they were violently thrown off it and put into essentially communities that our indigenous people in this country say, we know what reservations look like. That what Bantustans were separating people from economic opportunity. They were separating people often even from access to any of the industrialized centers of the country solely because of the color of their skin. And Donald Trump in the 1990s, what he said when all the news stories started coming out about the browning of America, about how diverse it was becoming, you know what his comment was? We will not be South Africa, by which he was referring to Black people's rule.
Full circle moment, it sounds like, Maya.
Yinka, thank you so much for joining us
Thank
today.
you.
Maya, please stick around.
So a circle moment. This is how we got here, and this is where we are. I wanted to play that for you guys because I thought that was very impactful. Hey, Jill's Comfort Zone. Z Sarah, it is good to see you. I was looking for you this weekend, Z Sarah. What happened? You and thank you for doing a little modding duties for me. Liz, I did see Liz. I spoke to Madison. There was someone else who came in. Vibrant Law, Grand Rising, Very Carey. Very Carey, you're late. What happened to you, Very Carey? Ronnie Q, you finally woke up. Yes, I did, Barry Carey. I finally woke up, and I had so much. I took Friday off and the weekend off, and I was like, oh well, I'll just do my show tomorrow. But if I did, it would just be so much. I thank you guys for being here. She was right. She was right. The Great Karoo is where they push the Koshan, the original Doth African, a desert. I don't even know anything that you're talking about, Z Sarah. That's why people assume that America know all of this type of stuff, but Americans know all of this type of stuff. But some of us, if you haven't heard about it on the news, if you didn't learn about it in school, on the grand scale of things, it's not reported. Oh, I'm so sorry. You've been in pain. I hope you get that taken care of. Have a great jog, Liz. So that is another thing that I wanted to share with you guys. Now, where are we? Let me see what else I have on the docket for today. It is a lot. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, we're going to talk about the white South African. Okay. Let's before we do that, let's delve a little deeper into this fake picture. Let me see. Where are we with the fake picture? Let me see. Is this her? Nope, 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 nope. That's not it. I apologize. We're going to take a closer look at the fake picture that 4547 produced. That was actually the DNC, not South Africa. I have that for you. Here we go. Let me share this with you.
Well, I could do that. Look, here's burial sites all over the place. These are all white farmers that are being buried.
The footage was filmed in Gone. He showed a screenshot of this. February 3rd, 2025.
They were attacked violently. Well,
This image President Trump used of dead white farmers came from Rutgers footage in Congo, now South Africa.
I could do that. Look, here's burial sites all over the place. These are all white farmers that are being buried.
The footage was filmed in Goma following deadly battles with Rwanda-backed M23 rebels. Now, Rutgers was the one who made this correction, and they were the one who actually the footage came from. So that's how you can trust who know what footage was theirs and where it came from. So the guy in the other footage, he thought that it was during COVID or something. No, Rutgers was the one who corrected this because this was their material. Okay, so I have that for you. So there can be no carrying on of no, but he showed it. No, we saw it. No, it was bullshit. Okay, let me go forward. Now, where are we? Let's go to the white farmers. Why don't we? Y'all want to go to the white farmers? What's happening? You notice that they straight up lies. They aren't poor. They aren't farmers either. Excuse me. They said Trumpy joined the KGB back in '87. My bad. Okay. I like Rutgers News. I always say Rutgers, like the college. I like Rutgers News and Associated Press and Al Jazeera, and I'm avoiding Al Jazeera. I'm avoiding since it's Quarry State Run. I don't know what Quarry State Run even is, Liz. I I like Rolling Stone. There is an article I have for this program from Rolling Stone as well. So let's go to the white farmers. Um, I'm gonna surprise you. I'm gonna surprise you guys. There's a lot about these white farmers that you may or may not know. So let's get to it. Okay, let's get to it with the white farmers. Y'all may not know this. Now, we do know that most of these people may not even be uh, poor, may not have lost land. We heard one man said that he had to leave his 5-bedroom house and his vehicles and his parents and all of this. So obviously your land wasn't stolen because you said you had to leave your 5-bedroom house. Okay, so a lot of people were wondering. A lot of people were wondering. White fear ideology is linked to the Black danger ideology. Of course, it is. It's very dangerous. This is a bad sign. Uh, she's right. The Great Karoo is where they pushed the Khoi, saying the original Dullah Africans a desert. Oh, I read all of this before. I'm sorry. Yes, Rolling Stone does some great. Oh, Qatar. Okay. Oh, you're avoiding them since the Qatar ran state. You are avoiding Al Jazeera reporting. Okay, got you. Exactly. They are not refugees in any definition, at all. So they have these people, and they say they're bringing them over here, and they are distinctly saying that these are white farmers. So I guess it's not happening to any other people than white farmers. Why? Because white people own 78% of the land in South Africa. Okay, so we are to believe that it's all of this is just farmland. If it's land, it's just automatically farmland that they're owning. 80, they're known. They don't own any land for development, for industry, nothing but farmland. Okay, we're gonna go with that. Okay, so they're bringing farmers over. So do you know what's important about that? Um, let's delve into JD Vance and his um, new holdings and all of that. So someone said that these people think that they are going to live better in the United States, and they're going to put them up. And they're going to put them up in some type of big property or something, and they're just going to live in day stay hotels and this, that, and the other. No, no, that is not the plan for the African farmers. Okay, let's go right here. Here we go.
If you're wondering where all these South Africans are going to go, don't worry. They already had a plan in place, and it was called Acre Trader. That's right. They already took the farmland from farmers who were failing. As a matter of fact, they have about 40,000 acres of farmland that they took from American farmers because they wouldn't give them subsidies. Acre Trader is an American real estate investment company that specializes in farmland. It says here that the company aims to increase investor access to real estate assets and provides capitals to farmers and growers to expand their business. But what they failed to leave out here is that the first investor into Acre Trader was none other than JD Vance. You know JD Vance, the one who was in charge of the White House with the president who is cutting all the subsidies to the farmers? Yeah, that JD Vance. And what they also failed to mention is the fact that the people who were investing, yeah, they were South Africaners. And guess who just came to America to go on these farms? That's right. You guessed it. Are you sick of it yet? Are you sick of it yet? $880 billion being pulled from Medicaid so they can fund tax money going to the rich. Your farmland being taken away from American farmers and being given to South African refugees. People being human trafficked all over the United States and outside of this country for financial gain. Minimum wage is $7.25. Hasn't been raised since 2009. You can't afford health care. You can't afford your car insurance. You're probably not going to be able to buy a home anytime soon. And grocery prices are through the roof. And guess who's going to own your food now? The People's Sick Day is coming. It's going to be a 1 to 3 day collection of people who are going to take back their power by sitting down. No more showing up for work when you're making peanuts and they're giving away your farmland to foreigners. You better join us, because unless we stand up, none of us are going to win this fight.
So the administration has taken possession of numerous farms in the United States through the use of investors through Acre Trader, apparently, which is a startup that was funded by the vice president. They are providing these farms to these Afrikaner settlers. One of them has already come over earlier and acquired a farm in Texas and Alabama. So Americans, you can't afford to pay for your crops and your farms because the United States government refused to continue grants and provide funding as has been done for decades. You tied your family's farm that has been in your possession for generations. You tied these farms and these titles and these deeds to loans that you took out and have taken out through financial institutions for generations. And now you have elected, and a president has come into office who is corrupt as fuck and is now giving your shit that you're losing to Afrikaner settlers. And I forgot the most important part. A lot of farmers are growing crops for this season just to be covered by the insurance for the loss that is now not guaranteed to happen. In those that are covered by insurance policies that they have on their crops, this season will be the last season that happens.
All right, I'm back. Again, I ain't getting no rest under this dang administration. So the Tang crew, the Cheeto in Chief and the Tang crew, they are currently giving U.S. land to the South Africans, which are the Wahite South Africans, who have been given us a fast-tracked refugee status by the Trump administration, claiming a G-side when that's not what's happening in South Africa. Go do your own research. I ain't going to educate you on that for free. But I want you to look into how they're getting the U.S. land. They are going to get the U.S. land through this company called Acre Trader. And when you look at who invested in Acre Trader, you're going to see a familiar name. The name is J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance invested $65,000 into this company as a primary investor. And now it's being used to give U.S. land to these refugees. Interesting, right?
Okay, and let me make sure my mic on. What is very important about that is you have all of these white farmers, most of them who actually voted for him, and they are so tired of everyone else being on welfare, but they are not tired of their farm aid. They don't consider that as welfare. A week or two ago, I played a video of this Black woman and her father, and she said, "How are Black farmers surviving?" And he said right out that Black farmers are doing what they've always had to do, because even when there was agricultural aid, Black farmers 9 times out of 10 didn't get it. I did a story over a year ago how they had to repay Black farmers millions of dollars, and most of them didn't get it because they pretend like they couldn't contact them. They didn't know where they were, of course, because they had lost their farm, because they weren't getting what you guys were giving to white farmers and other farmers. Let's be clear. So they pretend like they couldn't find these farmers. They could have found them if they were trying to collect some money from them. But when it came time to give them money that was due to them, that they lost everything because you didn't give it to them. All of a sudden, you could not find them. I gave you that black farmers story when they were driving their tractors in DC to call attention to the black farmers. Now, these people voted in 45, 47, but Biden had I forget the name of the farm a deal that he had with them, that he would repay them money that they use to improve their farms if they wanted to uh, uh, buy that watering system, that big ass watering thing that can just swing around and water all your crops, whatever you wanted to do to improve your farm. He would repay you back. And I think I played the video. A lot of people know the video of this Missouri farmer. I'm losing my farm. And you guys who want to talk politics with me, it's not the time because I'm in loss. And I never thought. And then he finally understood that he voted against his own interest. And so instead of getting repaid, they're saying they're not going to repay me. And I spent all this money to get my farm in order. And so it ain't they. It's the person who you voted for was the one who stopped all of those payments. And why? Kind of like the housing market. You remember I did something several shows about the housing market, how all of these wealth management corporations were going in and buying up all the fucking houses only to rent them out, to have permanent renters as opposed to buyers buying houses sight unseen, pushing the market up, where single families could not purchase houses, making home owning out of reach for a lot of regular people. Remember how I said I did a show on that. Let me share this with you. If you haven't gone over to this is the second video I have seen of this man explaining what's going on. He actually spoke to that young man who was crying about. Let me see. Here we go. He was actually speaking directly to that farmer who was crying about to lose his farm. Here we go.
Since 1991, farmland has offered the third. Since 1991, farmland has offered the third greatest cumulative return of any major asset on Wall Street. And Wall Street's been watching, and they've been turning family farms into investment opportunities for the ultra wealthy. Hey, everybody, I'm Will. Welcome to the Back 40, and let's talk about it. If you're a billionaire seeking to take advantage of the increase in the value of farmland in this country, you'd be in storied company. Bill Gates is now the leading owner of farm acreage in this country, and there are other billionaires, corporations, and even pension funds jumping into the game. And there's no secret as to the reason why. Farmland is an incredible investment opportunity for the ultra wealthy. There's a limited amount of it. That amount is shrinking every year. And for the most part, it's inflation proof. While vacuuming up family farms is good for billionaires, it's really bad for American farmers and ranchers. Right now, access to land, according to all the major studies, is the most important factor in determining the future value of a new farmer just getting into the game. And the ascension of Wall Street into the farming and ranching landscape has made it nearly impossible for young farmers who've not inherited land to enter into the farming business because they're just simply unable to compete with Wall Street when trying to purchase farmland. Then add into the mix that Republicans across the country are trying to make it easier for foreign corporations to buy American farmland as well. In 2013, in my state of Missouri, they allowed the American Legislative Exchange Council, or ALEC, a group much like the Heritage Foundation, to write a bill allowing one.
ALEC is a right-wing lobbying group who's always lobbying to privatize everything, to allow the rich to come in and get richer off of public type of ALEC is a big proponent for private prisons and all of these types of things. Let's continue.
1% of Missouri farmland to be owned by foreign corporations. And to really put a cherry on the sundae, they called it the Right to Farm Bill. 1% of Missouri farmland to be owned by the Exchange Council, or ALEC, a group much like the Heritage Foundation, to write a bill allowing 1% of Missouri farmland to be owned by foreign corporations. And to really put a cherry on the sundae, they called it the Right to Farm Bill. They just didn't tell Missouri farmers and ranchers that it was the right of Chinese investors to farm. And how do I know that? Because right after the bill became law, a Chinese conglomerate, Smithfield Foods, bought 40,000 acres of prime Missouri farmland.
And who is Smithfield Food? If you are over here, you know that Smithfield Foods is the owns the largest pork distribution plant in the United States. So if you're over here, you understand. You may be able to put a couple of things together, other than who struck whose page for what erroneous reasons, things that kind of affect you and how you actually live your lives. But maybe a lot of people don't live their lives on this information, but you're about to start to.
I worked with a group of concerned farmers and ranchers in the state of Oklahoma to prevent that same law from being passed there, and we defeated it. And that's one of the reasons why I'm really proud of the political work I've done in rural America. But the worst part of all of this, guys, is when these corporations and investment companies buy up these family farms, they turn farmers and ranchers into sharecroppers on their own land. And that's untenable. Oh, and guess who spent
sharecroppers on their own land? It's just because they are Africana farmers. Do you think that they were out there doing the work? That's the part. That's the part. Why do you think that 45, 47 was talking about doing all of this deportations and then signifying specifically black jobs? What did you think that was just a coincidence? What do you think that meant? Okay. Why did they bring the South Africans over here? Because they are scared that the white race is dwindling down, and they felt that these were the people who could best acclimate themselves to the United States culture. The racist culture of the United States would be the white South Africans. Do you guys not put these things together? Do you guys not see what is happening? No, because you're blinded by bullshit. A lot of people, unfortunately, are blinded by bullshit. But let's continue. See, because a lot of people don't even plan for their day, their lives, the lives of their children, don't plan for anything. Their whole life is just done by happenstance. But see, this is a big plan that has been set up and developed. And when we told you that the plan was in a whole book that you could read, did you read the book? Did you try to get up on the plan? No, you didn't. Let's continue.
Spent part of his Wall Street career making sure Wall Street have enough funding to buy up family farms and ranches. J.D. Vance, along with his buddy Peter Thiel, created a vehicle for these investments. And according to his 2023 financial returns, he's still involved in the game of buying up farmland and turning farmers into tenant farmers. So how do we stop it? First, don't vote for any politician who won't agree to place limits or eliminate the right of foreign corporations to buy farmland in our country. And second, let's make these laws national that are in some states that prevent Wall Street, corporations, and pension funds from buying over a certain amount of land each year. And then finally, join us here at the Back 40. Go to www.theback40official.com and sign up to help. You can also go to Act Blue and just search Back 40 PAC, PAC, and you'll come to the page where you can donate to the Back 40 PAC. We're using that money to help in special elections around the country and to get the message out to rural America about what this administration is doing to farming and ranching, and to convince people to vote for politicians that'll support us in our efforts. This is super important, guys. Farmland in this country is disappearing, rural populations are declining, and one of the primary causes for this is the corporatization of American farms and ranches. I'm Will. That's the Back 40. You guys have a great day.
Okay. This link is in my description.
Yesterday was catastrophic for Speaker of the House.
This link is in my description box. Please go over there and check out this link. Check out more of his videos. Very, very informative information. So let me take a break here and see what you guys are saying. John Boyd has a lot of videos about how the USA treats its black farmers. He's the founder of the Black Farmers Association. Okay, Lloyd John Boyd. Okay, let me see. Let me put him in here. Oh, I want to put him here on YouTube. I don't see him on. Oh, yeah, there he is, right here. Okay, here we go. Let me see some of his videos. Yes, that's the man. That's the man who I saw talking about why the black farmers rode their tractors and things up Washington. Let me see. He's talking about tariffs. He's talking about a lot of stuff. And don't forget that the USAID, them suspending USAID also harmed American farmers because a lot of the things that they grew, USAID purchases to feed people around the world, and they're no longer purchasing it. Who were they purchasing it from? American farmers. So with USAID withering on the ground in warehouses, the food that they had purchased prior to this, they're no longer purchasing it from farmers. So that is another drop in the bucket for the life of American farmers dealt by 4547. So let's continue. I just wanted to give you guys this information if you guys weren't up on it. I know some people who have family land, and I was like really surprised at the attitude. And they was like, "Oh, the girl, that land is in Arkansas or Alabama or somewhere. I don't even know where that stuff is." And okay, if you don't know where it is, that means you're not paying taxes on it. So if you're not paying taxes on it, it means that is no longer your land. See, don't know the importance about what owning a piece of land really means, and are willing to just give it up, let it go away because you're too lazy, too stupid, too dumb to at least preserve it. If nothing else, maybe a highway is gonna go through your little quaff of land. You don't know. You don't even know where the land is. Okay, you don't know where the land is. You know you got land. You know you got property taxes, but you can't even if it's some rural place, you can't even pay the couple of bucks that it's gonna cost to keep the land in your family. Don't care about nothing. Instead of paying the property taxes on the land, you'll go out and buy a motherfucking fast food every day, the equivalent of what it costs to keep your land in your family, in your possession. Let's continue. Okay, where am I? Here I am.
U.S. farmland is a national threat. But what if the real story isn't about China at all? While foreign investors like China own less than 1% of U.S. farmland, American corporations and private equity firms are buying up millions of acres, and Vance is invested in it. Through his firm Naria Capital, J.D. Vance invested in Acre Trader, a platform that helps the wealthy buy farmland like it's stock. That same land, often priced out of reach for local farmers. He talks about protecting American agriculture, but his money is tied to the same system turning farmland into a Wall Street commodity. So, is J.D. Vance fighting for family farmers? Or just helping investors get richer? There's more to this. Get the full scoop on our YouTube page. J.D. Vance says China buying U.S. farmland is a national threat. But what if the real story isn't about China at all? While foreign investors like China own less than 1% of U.S. farmland, American...
Okay. If you wait. But there's more. Yes, there is still more. Let me end this. Okay. Now, who is Acre Traders? We heard a little bit about Acre Traders. I have two more presentations that I want to make sure you fully understand what is going on with this. Um, Here we go.
Shit, I'll make it fast, but stay to the end for the kicker. You remember the last few years when you could not find a single family home, and if you could, you probably couldn't afford it because you had corporate interests like Zillow and BlackRock. They were coming in heavily investing in the real estate market, wiping the single family homes off the market so the average person could not even buy one. Fast forward to this week, I'm sure you've seen the story of the Missouri farm.
I really want to know, do y'all remember me covering these stories? Do you guys remember me covering these stories and waving the flag that was a problem? I'm going to wait for some answers. Z-Sarah, I know you've been around a while. Do you guys remember? I know y'all remember these stories. Anybody who watched me on a regular basis remember me waving the alarm about this. Okay, let's
Farmer,
continue.
the young guy who was at risk of losing his farm because the grant that he was going to receive to like reimburse him for all these expenses he had been cut. Well, look, they've also cut U.S. aid, which gave farmers millions and millions of dollars because they would buy their crops and then send them overseas or send them, places here in the United States to help people in need. But it also helped the farmers. Well, I found out today that there is a website called Acre Trader. Acre Trader is a company that heavily invests in agricultural land. So you can go invest in these farms that are failing, that somehow they're just starting to fail, and you can just buy them up. Well, guess who heavily funded Acre Trader? JD fucking Vance. Do you think they're out here just destroying these small farms so they can buy them up, all these tech bros? Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? Or does it? Or did you, is it the first of you hearing about this? Kind of make you wonder why they want these Africana farmers over here. Okay, so there's that. I think it's one more. Oh, it's already set up. And so if you don't believe it, go check it out for yourself. And let me see. Here we go.
I don't know if you guys ever heard of Acre Trader, but let me show you guys something though, in case you hadn't heard of it. And whenever you look it up, voila, let me show you what you see here. What do that say? JD Vance. And this is the reason why a lot of people can't get inside of those type of investments, because they highly regulated. And look at the money that you have to have. $200,000 for the last 2 years, or $300,000. That's your vice president, JD Vance.
Okay. Y'all getting in? Y'all buying in? Y'all think that these Afrikaners, as somebody's put in the chat, that these people are not poor? What say y'all? What say y'all? Let me see. Let me see. I think there is one more. Okay, here we go. Here we go. One more. The name of this video is White American Farmers Furious, Their Land Taken given to wealthy South African elites. So, did these people look like refugees? I showed you them when they came over. They were welcomed by the guy who was under Marco Rubio at the State Department. Did you see? Do you see any other refugees being welcomed by the understudy of Marco Rubio from the State Department? Oh, we're so glad to have you, and we're gonna make this a great. Did you think you thought these was just regular poor people who was running for their lives, who have emergency refugee status? Do you think that this was really an emergency to get these people to save their lives? That's what you thought. You bought the bullshit that was being dished out by this administration about why they are letting only these people get a refugee status in the United States, as they have taken it from every other people. Nobody can get refugee status in the United States right now. Why? Because there was a what is it? What is it? This the one of these little handwritten orders from 4547 that says that no, nobody else is going to be able to apply for refugee status in the United States. And then he turned around and gave these people emergency refugee status, while people who are living in war-torn countries cannot cannot even apply for refugee status. Let's get it. Let's delve into this a little bit. The link is in my description box. Please go over and visit this page. I will not play a lot of this. I just want you guys to get some of this information.
Farmers for Trump, y'all might want to get in here. I know you're going to want to get in here for this one and have a seat while you're at it, because when I finish telling you what I just learned, your knees going to buckle. Okay. One of the first things the Trump administration did when they got into office was they went against all those deals that the Biden administration made with y'all, with the farmers, right? They reneged on contracts. They didn't bring in the last payment they were supposed to bring in. A lot of y'all are losing y'all farms because of that, right? Because they reneged. There's this company called Acre Trader. I've mentioned this company before. This company, one of the first investors was a guy named J.D. Vance. Yes, the vice president y'all voted into office.
Okay, the vice president that y'all voted into office. Who really set up this company? I think I had found in one video. Who do you think that J.D. Vance is associated with, who could set up this company to steal land? Well, to take land. JD out here wearing lip gloss and eyeliner. So, well, now he's going to have enough money. Why is it that being a public servant make some people rich people? The other one, my question is, who is the person who could have set up this whole deal for J.D. Vance? Who has supported J.D. Vance's run through the Senate, finance his Senate run, that even put him on the public stage? Who is it, and where is he from? Who is he, and what is he to JD? Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Y'all don't know? Who is he, and what is he to JD? Peter Thiel. And where's he from? He's from South Africa. Let's continue. Y'all act like I ain't told y'all that many a day who has set up J.D. Vance. Let's continue. Who is Peter Thiel? He is one of the richest man in the world. Peter Thiel is. He is one of the people who paid $1 million to sit in the inauguration with Jeff Bezos and all of the rest of these rich people. That's who Peter Thiel is. Y'all act like y'all didn't know. So does any of this surprise you? Who set up Acres Traders?
Office.
While JD Vance was one of the initial investors, they said at $68,000. You see that people who want to actually purchase this land have to be putting up $200,000 and $300,000. JD got in on the ground floor.
JD Vance was one of the first investors. Guess who were investing along with JD Vance? South Africans. You get where I'm going? South Africans were investors, many of them. So now fast forward to today. You guys are losing your land, right? Trump just brought and is still bringing over thousands of South Africans. You get where I'm going? He's bringing in thousands of South Africans. Where do you think those South Africans going to end up? Where do you think they're going? Acre Trader has confiscated, or you can say purchased, whatever. I think they say it's about over 40,000 acres. The farmers that have already lost their land. I want y'all to do yourself a favor. Drive by. Give it a little minute, but drive by and see who the new owners of your farms are. Gotcha. They got y'all. They got y'all damn good. Do you see this was a plan? Do you see it was a plan? Now y'all see it. They played y'all the entire time. They've been playing y'all they've been playing y'all before November 4th. They knew what they were going to do when they got in there. All they needed y'all to do was fall for that old okie dokie again. You know that okie dokie that y'all never learned from. Where the wealthy white people use your hatred against black people and tell you that you are better than the most intelligent, most educated black man while they constantly picking y'all pockets. Well, now they done picked your land off up under you. Y'all keep thinking that these rich white people are on y'all side. What you don't understand is the rich white people see y'all the same as they see us. You ain't got money. You're no use to them. You're pawns. They like to move y'all around the board. But on their level, never. In their circle, never. How many of y'all been out to Mar-a-Lago? Farmers. MAGA. How many times y'all been down to Mar-a-Lago? How many times has he actually invited you in his home, in his surroundings? I know how many times he offered to a price tag for y'all to come see him. But how many times has he ever opened his doors?
I know how much merch he has he wants to sell you. I know how many times he's looked at you guys as a something he can use to, for his own personal gain. Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Okay, so go over there and check these links out. They are in my description box under the JD Vance of it all. Let me see. Now, what are you saying, Leonard? Yes, that's the co-founder of PayPal, Zsera. Bing, ding, 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 ding. You are correct. Peter Thiel and his husband are Wizards of Oz behind the curtains. I didn't even know he had a husband. Wait a minute. How can they ignore the gay agenda? Oh, it has plenty of money behind it. Silly question. Let's move on. Super zesty evil is a little different, a bit more sadistic than the regular ignorance we're used to. Okay. Have you guys also noticed that we don't hear anything else about taking over annexing Greenland? Have you guys noticed that the whole theory of that has shut down? You wonder why the whole theory of that has shut down, because Greenland has made an agreement. I forget with another nation to use their rare earth minerals. They have already made a deal, a rare earth mineral deals with another nation, and therefore you're not going to hear anything else about Greenland. Greenland is over. All of this national security, all of this bullshit. Greenland is a done data as far as the interests of the United States. And so there is some more things. It's just a lot of shit. You guys know that 4547 said that he wanted to prevent any international students from going to Harvard. He wanted to uh, uh, he wanted to approve their curriculum. He wanted to do all of these things to invade a private institution. And what happened? He took them. Harvard took him to court the same day or the next day, and let me see. He lost. He lost. That's what happened. Let me see. Where am I? I did that. Blocked from harassing Harvard. This is this link. Let's let's view this real quick. And this was a real quick decision. Open and shut case. Uh, Now he has intimidated some smaller colleges, but Harvard took their ass to court. Okay, here we go.
Harvard University blocking the administration's plan to stop Harvard from enrolling foreign students. Meanwhile, the president has launched a tariff threat against another American institution, Apple. Bradley Blackburn has the latest.
President Trump touched down in New Jersey late Friday as he prepares to.
And isn't it ironic that what's his name, Tim Cook? Tim Cook paid $1 million to be at the inauguration, but he did not pay any money to be at that cryptocurrency thing. So that made him look suspect. But you may want to understand that. India and Pakistan, while they were having their skirmishes over Kashmir and shooting at each other, 4547 then spoke up and said that he helped broker a deal, much like he said that he helped broker a deal between the DNC and Rwanda. I don't know if that's true or not. Nobody has ever came out and said that that was true. But India has told 4547 to quit saying that lie. Quit lying. You had nothing to do with this deal that we brokered amongst ourselves. So there's that. So now, why am I talking about this now? Because Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, they have a deal with India to make the iPhones in India. And so what 4547 is demanding is that he makes plants in the United States for American workers to assemble the iPhone. This is what he's saying that a private company must do to not bear the brunt of them putting tariffs on this singular company. So what is this? What is this? What is this called? A dictatorship.
To deliver the commencement address at West Point Saturday morning, but his battle with another institution of higher learning, Harvard, has been dealt a setback. America's oldest university sued the government over a plan to bar it from enrolling foreign students, saying it would have a, quote, immediate and devastating effect for Harvard and more than 7,000 visa holders. They also claim the order violates the First Amendment.
I think somebody has to stand up against the bully and raise a flag, and it should not be a white flag of surrender, and Harvard is not.
The administration accuses the university of allowing, quote, anti-American pro-terrorist agitators to assault Jewish students, creating an unsafe campus environment.
This country's paying big.
Oh, so but we're gonna act like one of these Afrikaners hasn't done the exact same thing in his rhetoric about Jewish people. But let's continue.
Billions and billions of dollars and then give student loans and they have to pay back the loans. So Harvard's going to have to change its ways.
On Friday, the president also put Apple in the crosshairs, using an early morning social media post to say if the company doesn't start making iPhones in the U.S., he'll impose a 25% tariff. It could dramatically raise the cost of iPhones like the one that went off on the president's desk.
It's a phone call.
In the Oval Office.
He said that the tariff must be paid by Apple. The tariff is not going to be paid by Apple. The tariff is going to be paid by the The customers. He continues with this, I'm going to do this to you. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to, no, you're hurting the American people who buy these products. He said the tariff must be paid by Apple. Did you see this in this text? We have a whole fool in the White House. Here it is right here. A tariff of at least 25% must be paid by Apple to the U.S. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I have long ago informed Tim Cook of Apple that I expect their iPhones that will be sold in the United States of America will be manufactured and built in the United States, not India or any place else. They already have a deal with India. Now he's coming on the back end, trying to make him. This is bullshit. This is the person who is great at the art of the deal.
25% tariff. It could dramatically raise the cost of iPhones like the one that went off on the president's desk. In the Oval Office, the president said other tech companies could face tariffs too.
It would be more. It would be also Samsung and anybody that makes that product. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair.
Apple had already promised to invest $500 billion in new U.S. plants.
It could be Samsung. It could be. So they bent over their asses and they kneel to you, and this is what they get out of it. Somebody who see that they can take advantage of you, just don't take advantage of you once. You capitulate to a user, and they're going to continue to use you up. Just like one of these law firms that bent the knee to him and offered him all of this free pro bono work. I have this in my link too, but since I'm talking, let me talk about it. 4 of the senior partners are leaving that law firm. 4 of the senior partners, even the partner who had to write up the deal, was not pleased about this law firm capitulating to 45-47. And now, where does this law firm find themselves? Allegedly, the best, the 4 partners are some of the best. This was a law firm that allegedly bought in billions of dollars from winning their cases. Who do you think gonna come to you now to win a case, especially after the 4 best attorneys allegedly have left this company? But the ones who decided to fight, what happened to them? They won their fight. They won their cases. The law firms that decided to fight. Aren't you attorneys? Aren't you supposed to be the best attorneys? And you're offering to give up something free to a motherfucker who's giving you a shakedown? I know you wore glasses and leg brace and all of this shit in school. You're independently wealthy off of your own merits, and you're gonna let a motherfucker shyster shake you down, a motherfucking lifelong grifter, ignorant motherfucking lifelong grifter shake you down? But you got what your hand called for. So he might do it on Samsung song. You notice he never has a distinct answer until the question is posed to him from a reporter. Well, are you going to do this for all phone? Oh, I might do it on Samsung. I might. He has no direction, and he's making America look like a whole laughing stock out here, while at the same time increasing the prices on everything that Americans have to purchase, have to spend their money on, have to live a life. All of this, I'm going to bring your groceries prices down. You should have known something was wrong when the motherfucker said he was going to bring our grocery prices down on day one. And he thought that grocery was a weird word. He never heard the word groceries being used. If a motherfucker is so out of touch that he finds it like that's an old word, and I didn't know groceries. Who knew they use the word groceries? Who know that you poor motherfuckers still use this antiquated word as groceries? I'm gonna bring them down. However, whatever groceries are, yeah. I'm gonna bring the grocery price down. How has that worked for us? How have you dumb motherfuckers not getting off your ass to vote, or you motherfuckers who decided to vote for him based on the economy? The eggs are so high. Well, now everything in your life is going to be high. You must have been high when you went in there and voted for this piece of shit. But I digress. Let me go further. I apologize. I went off on a tangent there. Okay. He's unhinged. He's a whole weirdo. Did you? Oh God! Did you hear him? Chatting to the West Point grads about trophy wives and the late great Alphonse Capone. It was just mental. It was indeed mental. Well, I knew a guy. He had a trophy wife, and he got sick of us. It's good to have a trophy wife for a while, but then I was like, and it was like you could hear a rat piss on cotton. There was no applauses, no nothing. And I won the election by a landslide, and I this and I that I nothing about the graduates and the hope that the future holds for them for their great accomplishment as West Point graduates. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing about them wanting to serve their country, and nothing. Absolutely nothing. A whole bunch of bullshit was talked at the West Point graduation, where he was the commission. He did the commission. What is it? Commencement speech. Okay. I fought the law and the. Okay. 4547 dealt crushing blow as executive order is ripped to shreds. So let me share this. It's under I fought the law and the law won. Okay. Here we go. Just giving you a little information about where our American system is going.
For Trump, Jenner Block, one of the law firms who was targeted by Trump by executive order, has won a summary judgment and a permanent injunction in court. My name is Dina Dahl with the Midas Touch Network. Let's break this down. As we know, Trump has gone after law firms. Some of them have fought in court, like Perkins Coie. Others, like Paul Weiss, capitulated to him. Paul Weiss is starting to see the ramifications of that as 4 of their top partners are leaving to join their own law firm. But here with Jenner Block, they have successfully won a summary judgment and permanent injunction. This is not a procedural win. We have seen so many procedural wins with the Trump administration. With this is an actual win. This is a summary judgment motion, which means that they have won on the law. That means the facts are not in dispute. And if the law is so clearly on your side, you win at this early stage in litigation, which is called summary judgment. They have won. The court found that it was a violation of their First Amendment rights, the executive order, by targeting specifically their pro bono practices. The law firm had also said that it was a violation of their Fifth and Sixth Amendment rights, but the court said it was so clearly a violation of the First Amendment right, they didn't even have to go into the Fifth and Sixth Amendment. So a permanent injunction, which means that now this law firm that has won in court cannot be targeted by Trump by this executive order. It basically makes the executive order against this law firm null and void. And what Trump had done that was such an obvious violation of the First Amendment was try to go after the pro bono practices of the law firm. Now, these large law firms, the reason why Trump is going after them is because they attract top lawyers out of law school. They have the training, they have the resources, they have the capacity to bring very important cases against any administration and even up to the Supreme Court. And they often do that. They also have things like pro bono practices, which means that their lawyers will give free legal services to causes that they believe in. I used to be at one of these big law firms and I did pro bono work. And some of the pro bono work I did was helping people who were trying to apply for asylum, because it's very difficult for people to come into this country who don't even speak the language and have to deal with this very legal, complex system. And so they also can't afford an attorney. And there's a lot of lawyers out there who give free legal pro bono services. So that was one of the things our law firm did. Our law firm also did something called Adoption Saturday, which was a lot of kids. There was such a backlog in the foster system to formalize the adoption of a child. And once that child reached 18, they can technically no longer be adopted. So we would show up and be the lawyer representing these kids in order to get their adoption finalized before the age of 18. And large law firms around the country do this as part of their, their values or what they want to do to contribute back to the community. They have a
Okay, so these large law firms maybe have somebody who is working for you in your cases. That's why it is. Why does it matter about these multi-million-dollar law firms being? Because they may help your stupid ass pro bono, free, for free. A lot of these law firms does hundreds of offer hundreds of hours that their associates or their partners can give to a case that they feel that they want to work, that is important. This is a choice. This is a rare choice, but hey, this is a choice that is given to you. And they don't want the best lawyers out here fighting causes that they don't approve of. That's why this is important. So that link is in my description box. The ones who fought are obviously the better lawyers in my opinion. And now the ones who didn't fight, they are going to have to go up against these lawyers in all of these flimsy cases, such as the DOJ. Have to go in front of a judge and try to argue a case where they know that there is no argument of these cases. Oh, so here's another good thing. I don't have any children. I haven't heard this weekend any of these mothers of multiples and multiples and multiples of children rejoicing in this, but I don't know. I see them in empty rooms and talking in empty rooms all the time and never having discussing any apparently duties either. So if you guys didn't know about this, I think that this is very important as well. That he won't be able to tell Harvard who they can or cannot have going to their school. And after he got the decision that they cannot block foreign students from going to the school, what did he do? Did he say, oh, okay, I lost? No, he turned around and said that he demands that every name and where every foreign student is from. So he still is in Harvard's business, trying to I guess that'll make it easier for them to revoke their visas. We remember Marco Rubio said that they have revoked thousands of visas, and we're going to revoke thousands more. Y'all don't remember me playing that for you? This stuff is important.
News here from the courts. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration from attempting to dismantle the Department of Education. What do we know about that?
Yeah, another breaking development just in the past few minutes, Alex. A district court judge in Massachusetts who was hearing a case over the dismantling of the Department of Education and the transferring of all of those millions of dollars of student loans that are run by the government to the Small Business Association. Well, that judge has now issued an injunction blocking that process, freezing the mass firings of Department of Education employees here in Washington, D.C., and also blocking the transfer of those loans to a different agency. The judge saying basically that the Trump administration can't dismantle an agency without an act of Congress. Congress created the agency, so that this is yet again another, if temporary, setback for the Trump administration, delivered by an individual judge in a district court case. At least for now, slowing down efforts to overhaul the federal government here in Washington, Alex.
Well, and Devin, we've heard from many of those students who talked about the confusion, and we talk about a loan portfolio of $1.6 trillion. Certainly more questions from borrowers today. And Devin Dwyer, thank you so much.
Okay. So if you guys
Look, President Zelensky of Ukraine.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Lord. I don't know. Wait a minute. I may want to hear this. I didn't want to play this. It just was released 9 minutes ago. Why don't we take a, that's how I be running up on so much shit that I gotta play. Let's watch it. Have you guys noticed that there's no more, oh Lord, wait, let me get past
We
this
have a little bit of
commercial.
breaking news
Have
here
you guys
from.
noticed that?
Look, President Zelensky of Ukraine is
Have you guys
pissed, and that's an
noticed
understatement. And he's
all day that I haven't had to say, hold on, let's get past this commercial. Aren't you guys proud of me? Aren't you guys proud of me? See, this is what happens when you guys support the channel. No more commercials. Okay, let's see what he's talking about real quick. Furious Zelensky unleashes at Trump as war escalates. Okay, so this came out 9 minutes ago. This is the one I've already played for you. I'm curious. Be curious with me, please. Let's be nosy.
calling out Donald Trump in a message posted on social media and in other messages, posted elsewhere, saying, what the hell are you doing, basically? He didn't use those exact words, but he's like, your silence is allowing Vladimir Putin to have permission to kill all of these innocent Ukrainians. So, I mean, here's what went down. Over the past, 2 days ago was Kyiv Day, celebrating the 1,500 years since the founding of Kyiv. That's when Donald Trump gave that disastrous speech to the Army grads at West Point, right? Donald Trump said that he had to go back to deal with the Russia and China situation, so he didn't shake the hands of any of the West Point grads, despite that being a tradition. But then he went back and immediately played golf, and you saw him jetting around or flying around in the golf cart, driving around in the golf cart at Bedminster, having the time of his life. And Putin saw that as, okay, thumbs up, time for me to unleash hell on Ukraine. And Putin put more Shahed drones, more ballistic missiles, other types of missiles as well, all throughout Ukraine and in Kyiv, really more than we've ever seen pretty much for the entire history of the war, because Putin is looking at the fact that Trump did not impose sanctions, and that Trump's basically, publicly stated that he's done negotiating with Ukraine and with Putin's based on Putin's unlawful invasion. So Putin's basically seen this as a green light at this point to just go and bomb Ukraine and kill innocent people. So let's talk about what Zelensky posted. Let's just go through the receipts one by one here. So here's what Zelensky said. He goes, each terrorist Russian strike is sufficient reason for new sanctions against Russia. Russia is dragging out this war and continues to kill every day. The world may go on a weekend break, but the war continues regardless of weekends and weekdays. This cannot be ignored. Silence of America and silence of others around the world only encourages Putin. You see, he's calling Trump out directly.
And he's just riding around on his golf cart like a fucking maniac. I can imagine whoever's sitting in that golf cart is getting a earful of how he realized that everybody is realizing what a fucking bumbling idiot he is. Ugh. Let's continue.
Without truly strong pressure on the Russian leadership, this brutality cannot be stopped. Sanctions will certainly help. Determination matters now. The determination of the United States, of European countries, and of all those around the world who seek peace. The world knows all the weaknesses of the Russian economy. The war can be stopped, but only through the necessary force of pressure on Russia. Putin must be forced to think not about launching missiles, but about ending the war.
Okay, so in the midst of a war that you're trying to stop, you're out here on a fucking golf cart. You're out here doing a dinner for your personal wealth, and we're going to talk about that dinner right after this. The crypto dinner, where they refuse to give the names of the people who were invited to this dinner to sock personal wealth into 4547 crypto coin. With that, he and his family owns 85%. So anytime that anybody does any movement of money, they get 85% of the money. We're gonna talk about it and how he left himself open. Let me finish this.
The war. In other words, it's peace through strength. And President Zelensky talks about how rescuers have been working in more than 30 Ukrainian cities and villages following Russia's massive strike. Wherever necessary, work continues. Our emergency services on the ground providing assistance and supporting people. And late at night, Russians attacked across Ukraine, again, making it very clear once again that they think Trump is weak and pathetic and that they're just going to keep on killing innocent Ukrainians. They have no desire for peace at all. And as I've said before, on the one hand, Ukraine has agreed to an unconditional ceasefire. On the other hand, Putin keeps on sending ballistic missiles into Ukraine, killing innocent Ukrainians, Shahed drones into Ukraine, killing innocent civilians. And you can see this drone swarm that was sent by Putin on Kyiv Day to kill as many civilians and to give the middle finger to the world and to say, Trump, we know you're weak, we know you're out, and we're going to attack civilians. We read your weakness, Trump, as a green light. Andrei Sybiha, foreign minister for Ukraine, says, a difficult Sunday morning in Ukraine after a sleepless night. The most massive Russian air attack in many weeks lasted all night. Russia launched hundreds of drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles into Ukrainian cities and communities during the night, injuring and killing people, including at least 3 children. When the entire world calls for an end to the killing, Putin orders even more strikes, attacks, and murders of children. This once again emphasizes the imperative of full, unconditional, and durable ceasefire for any meaningful peace effort. The world must pressure Russia to accept it and put an end to the killings immediately. As Adrian
Well, let me drop this link. You guys should go over to the Midas Touch news. I highly recommend it. Hey, Room Shaker, I highly recommend the Midas Touch. They are the fastest growing news in the country, even over your for-profit media that people sit down and watch and think that they understand what is about to become of them. So if you haven't gone over to the Midas Touch, you may want to. They are up on all the latest court filings, court decisions. They a very good news station. Adam Mokler, the young man that I played earlier, when Trump was getting off the plane and talking about he don't know what he's going to do about Putin. He is under the Midas Touch umbrella, and he is one of the fastest growing news young newscaster on YouTube as well. So you guys may want to go over and check out Midas Touch. You will be well informed if you follow them. You sure will be. So let me get into this little secret dinner that he had. We're gonna get into that. So 4547 did a dinner, and he said when asked, hold on. When asked about if he would release the names of the people who were going to be at this dinner for 4547, his idiotic lying ass press secretary said that no, they will not be giving out the information of who was at the dinner because the president is on his private time. Who of you, put a 1 in the chat if you have ever known a president of the United States having such a thing called a private time? I'll wait. I'll wait a second. Corrupt and nasty dinner. This is under the corrupt and nasty dinner. Okay. I'm waiting for your answer. Have you known for your administration to even have the nerve to say that they have private time? personal time? Is there any personal time as the president of the United States? During your personal time, what if you are on the toilet taking a nice hot dump and it's your personal time and something happens in the United States? Can you say, I'm on my personal time? I'll deal with it. Somebody starts attacking the United States while you taking a big, long, hot dump. And will you be able to say, no, I'm on my personal time. Get back with me in 20 or 30 minutes. The, the bathroom should be aired out by then. Have you heard this personal time? Any of you? Okay, so now the Supreme Court is at fault with a lot of stuff that is going on because on that immunity uh, case that was brought before the Supreme Court last year, the Supreme Court was the one who has unleashed all of this lawlessness that is going on with this president. And court after court after court after court has deemed a lot of this stuff that he is doing is illegal and against the Constitution. They have scaled back pretty much with the most recent one that they said that he cannot dismantle the Department of Education and he has to rehire all of the people that he has fired in the Department of Education, kind of like that. So let's be clear that he has a penchant for being lawless. We should already have known that when he came into the White House, convicted of 34 felonies. We already know this, right? Shouldn't we know this? And one of them is a SA conviction. We're clear on who this is. Okay, so what they said in that ruling for the immunity is that while if he is performing presidential duties, he is immune. So he's not immune for that dinner that he had with those people who he did not want to disclose. Many of them who are suspected and have been proven to be people from foreign states. So he wants to hide who was just giving him money to curry favor with him. And he's trying to hide that. He won't give out the names, but he feels that he can do anything he wants to do as long as it's under his presidential powers. So if you're on a break, you have no presidential powers because you're not doing this at the White House. You're doing it on your personal time. So if you're doing it on your personal time, you're doing this as a personal individual, unprotected by the White House, the presidency, or any of this. So it is still benefiting you and why are these people here? Are they here because of your personal connection, your personal business prowess, bankrupting what 6 or 7 businesses, including casinos, where the house always win? Are they there for no? And how did he fuck this up? Your press secretary came out and said that, hey, he's on his personal time. And how did you fuck it up further? Because when you came to that event and when you stood there and you spoke to these fools who was just willing to throw money at you, you stood behind a podium that had the presidential seal on it. That's how you fucked up. And let's see. Are we going to have to wait until the midterm elections? I think that this is pretty much guarantees that he is going to manipulate a reason why the midterms election will not. I think that he's going to invoke some type of bullshit martial law, and therefore the midterm elections must be postponed because surely they are going to mop the house of these Republicans in the midterms of every seat that is up for vote. Surely. Because why they are sycophants for 45, 47, they're not sycophants for you Republicans, senators and congressmen. They're not sycophants for you guys. So surely, after this is the new budget is supposed to take effect in October, and when all of these Trump ass lickers who have voted for this big beautiful bill have been revealed, surely these people who in these red states who sometimes up to 42% of them are who are on Medicaid have to live without health insurance. Surely the Republican senators and congressmen who voted for this shit will be ousted on their ass in a midterm election. And with that being said, at that point, if a Democratic body is seated in the Senate and the Congress, they can immediately start calling for impeachment on this dinner in particular that happened last night. In this dinner particularly. Okay, so 1, 2, I have 3 things I want to go with you. Okay, here we go. Let's share this information. Okay. Here we go.
I'm Nichelle Norris in for Lawrence O'Donnell. If you want to know what being president is all about for Donald Trump, the last 24 hours have been very instructive, starting with
money on the table. She got money on the table. It's some money on the table. We ain't gonna leave no money on the table. He said that. I hope my mic is on. He said that the last election, that the last time that he was in office, that he hated that they left so much money on the table. There was no reason to leave all of this money on the table. He was badly advised by career officials that it would be wrong for him to be bribed the way people wanted to bribe him in his last term. So he said, and his stupid blonde son also said that they left too much money on the table in his last administration. Let's continue.
a revealing new report from Rolling Stone. Sources with direct knowledge of the matter tell Rolling Stone that one of the lessons Trump took away from his previous stint in the White House is that he was wrong to leave a ton of money on the table as president. According to two people who have been in the room with him in moments of casual banter, Trump has mentioned that it was stupid of other Republicans and advisors to persuade him, at least on occasion, to side with government ethicists who cautioned him from obliterating the line between public good and private gain. That reporting coming on the same night that Donald Trump held what critics labeled a, quote, orgy of corruption, an exclusive dinner gala with the president at his golf club outside Washington for more than 220 mostly anonymous and mostly foreign winners of a contest in which the objective was to pour the most cash into Trump's meme coin cryptocurrency. Those winners had to navigate a gauntlet of protesters outside Trump's club in a light rain. The White House did not release any details on who the invitees were, and at least one who wanted to remain anonymous wore a mask into the event along with their tuxedo. Attendees included former NBA star Lamar Odom, who posted about the event on social media while promoting his own meme coin, and Justin Sun, a Chinese-born crypto billionaire whose company was under investigation by the Justice Department and the Treasury. He also faced a lawsuit by the SEC, but that suit was paused in February after Donald Trump took office. Sun reportedly spent more than $40 million on Trump coins, making him the top donor at last night's gala. He posted video from inside the ballroom where a crowd of admirers cheered on Trump. And while the White House insisted that Trump was attending as a guest on his personal time, he spoke at a podium with the presidential seal.
What a nice place. Did you get to see the helicopter?
Yeah, super cool.
Good seeing you. Covered up pretty good. I don't see a lot of window here. How do you like this location? Pretty good.
Nice. It's great.
Last night's winners paid an average of $1.8 million each to be there, according to the blockchain analytics firm Hansen, pumping an estimated $394 million into Trump's cryptocurrency. And some emerged from that dinner gala feeling like they didn't get their money's worth.
Some guests left disappointed after Trump gave only brief remarks at his Virginia Golf Club, repeating talking points about a U.S. Bitcoin reserve, then left without taking questions or photos.
That wasn't
a U.S. Bitcoin reserve. Doesn't that frighten you that he's telling all of these people who are buying into his Bitcoin? We know that the Bitcoin actually has no actual value. Are we clear on that? It's not like they are paying these millions of dollars that are worth millions of dollars. So there's a reserve, a U.S. reserve. Where are we going to get these millions of dollars to pay for this fake Bitcoin out of the Treasury Reserve? Is that what he's saying? Is that what he's telling people? That we're going to rob the Treasury to enrich him as well? Is that what he's telling people? Let me see who were at this besides Lamar Odom, and he still must be getting high. I don't know what the fuck he. He's just just ugh. Let me see if I can. They flash on the attendees so quickly, and there's this what is his name? This Asian guy. He if I'm not wrong, I think he was in jail or he was on the run and they finally caught up with him. This Song guy.
As a guest on his personal time.
This guy who they keep showing. Why do they keep showing this one guy? Because it's so egregious that he is sitting up under your president who was in legal trouble behind the illegal stuff that he had done with Bitcoin. And he's sitting up here in this cryptocurrency gala with the most powerful person in the United States after having all of his investigation just miraculously shut down after just purchasing some of 47 Bitcoin. See how this is working?
White House insisted that Trump was attending as a guest on his personal time. He spoke at a podium with the presidential seal.
What a nice place. Did you get to see the helicopter?
Yeah,
It's super cool. Good seeing you. Covered up pretty good. I don't see a lot of window here. How do you like this location? Pretty good.
Nice.
Did you guys get to see the helicopter? Pretty good. Did you guys get to? I'm showing off. Did you guys? I see those drapes all pulled on the floor. Not a little puddle. I see them pulled on the floor in some unprofessional bullshit going on. Is this what you had these people to pay millions of dollars for? Who is your event planner? Who put this shit together with them curtains all bundled down on the floor? Just dripping with class. This event seems to be. That's in this podium. Sarah Huckabee Sanders has a better podium. The podium that she said cost so much money that she couldn't find a receipt for. But she, when her budget went through, it just so happens to had so much money taken out of it around the time that her and her little good girlfriends went to Paris, and they were wondering why all this money was taken out of the budget, and she came up with it was due to them buying a new podium because of the old podium. How come you didn't get Sarah Huckabee Sanders to get you a podium with her good thieving ass? Let's continue.
It's great.
Last night's winners paid an average of $1.8 million each to be there, according to the blockchain analytics firm Hansen, pumping an estimated $394 million into Trump's cryptocurrency. And some emerged from that dinner gala feeling like they didn't get their money's worth.
Some guests left disappointed after Trump gave only brief remarks at his Virginia Golf Club, repeating talking points about a U.S. Bitcoin reserve, then left without taking questions or photos.
That wasn't the only report of unhappy invitees. Crypto podcaster Eleanor Terrett posted to social media that two attendees told her, while the food was good, they were disappointed by the lack of meaningful interaction with the president. He just gave a few remarks and left, one said. But for those who paid the most, the party was still going on today. The top 25 holders of Trump coin, who paid an estimated $111 million, according to crypto intel firm Inca Digital, lined up outside the White House today for a private audience with Trump. And the top 4 Trump coin holders got a special Trump watch, allegedly valued at $100,000, including Justin Sun, that top donor who had faced multiple federal investigations and lawsuits until Trump took office this year. But no one may be happier about last night than Donald Trump himself. 2 Trump-affiliated companies own 80% of his meme coin project. Those companies get a fee for every trade, and those fees have totaled to more than $324 million since January, according to the research firm Chain Analysis. It's not known exactly how much goes to Trump personally, but it is likely more than any other president has ever made while serving office. We are in new territory here. Ashwin Subh Singh is a senior political reporter at Rolling Stone. He was one of the reporters on that story about Trump's desire to cash in on the presidency, and he joins me now. Thanks so much for being with us on a Friday night.
Thank you for having me.
I want to begin by reading another piece of the story from you and your colleague, Tim Dickinson. You write, Trump does not hold space in his mind for any distinction between his private interest and the public interest. A deal is a deal. The president has said in the past, and he said that several months ago, according to 2 of your sources. That's interesting. A deal is a deal, no distinction between being president for 330 million Americans and being in business for himself. As I said, this is new territory. We've never seen anything like this before.
You were saying at the top of this segment that critics have described that crypto Trump summit as an orgy of corruption. I mean, there isn't really a more apt term than that to use to describe not just that one event, but what's been going on for the past few months after Donald Trump retook the White House. It's not just the crypto stuff, it's stuff having to do with his family business empire. It's the Qatari government's sky palace that was gifted to him. He likes to say the government, but it'll be there for his potential private use.
And it's all of the Trump towers that he has procured deals with in the Middle East. That link is in my description box. That is a little of it. There is much more that this Rolling Stone author has to say about that. Let me show this to you. This is a press conference where Levitt is asked about if there will be any information given about the people who are participating.
Top secret corrupt crypto dinner happening tonight because Caroline Levitt was playing defense during her entire press conference, and I want to debunk the lies and expose one of the most brazen examples of corruption since the Qatari jet like a week ago. But check this out.
It's absurd for anyone to insinuate that this president is profiting off of the presidency. This president was incredibly successful before giving it all up to serve our country publicly. And not only has he lost wealth, but he also almost lost his life. He has sacrificed a lot to be here, and to suggest otherwise is frankly completely absurd.
All right, give me a break. This is North Korea level propaganda.
Yes, it's North Korea level propaganda. I concur. So let's get to this question.
Transparency related questions for you. Sure. On the president's dinner tonight, will the White House commit to making a list of the attendees public so people can see who's paying for that kind of access to the president?
That's a good question. Will Caroline Levitt give a real answer, or will she just, weave around it?
Well, as you know, Garrett, this question has been raised with the president. I have also addressed the dinner tonight. The president is attending it in his personal time. It is not a White House dinner. It's not.
But he's always the president. What do you mean his personal time?
Taking place here at the White House. But certainly I can raise that question and try to get you an answer for it.
Okay. And on the Qatari aircraft, the Air Force has said they're going to classify all the information about the work that has to get done to bring it up to snuff to be Air Force One. Previous Air Force One contracts, including the one that the president entered into in 2018, are public. That's available knowledge. Will the White House commit to releasing who's doing that work and the cost of that work? I understand that some elements might be classified about specific systems. Will we commit to releasing that basic information so people can see ultimately what this costs?
Well, Garrett, as you know, that's a question for the Department of Defense and the United States Air Force, who is accepting this jet as part of their fleet.
Declassify anything he wants.
Well, you'll have to ask the Department of Defense and the United States Air Force.
That should be a question for the Department of Government Efficiency. Sorry, not to play the Doge card because Doge is dodgy, but I mean, if you want to talk about government efficiency, why don't we audit exactly how much money is being spent on repairing this plane? That is an actual good use of Doge. But by the way, there's already a department within the government that basically holds other departments accountable. It has existed for a while, but
hold on.
To continue with this article, the top 25 meme coin holders are going to enjoy a private VIP reception with Trump. Democratic lawmakers demand attendee names, citing foreign influence concerns because, dude, the idea that Trump is attending this in his personal capacity is insane. When these meme coin investors bought into this, do you think they were buying in because they want to meet the person, Donald Trump? They could have done that 5 months ago. They bought in because they were meeting the president of the United States. They were trying to buy influence. There's one more clip of Caroline Leavitt getting confronted, but just 1 second right here. Among those who will be in attendance is China-born crypto entrepreneur Justin Sun, who won first place in the dinner contest with $18.5 million in his wallet, and who is also the largest publicly known investor and advisor to World Liberty Financial, the Trump family crypto platform. So it's all just incestuous and corrupt. Buyers of President Trump's meme coin are converging from around the globe on Thursday for an exclusive dinner at his private country club overlooking the Potomac River, just outside the nation's capital. Bro, they think that they have any level of plausible deniability because Trump is right outside the nation's capital. He's still in DC, and he says he's doing this in his personal capacity. It's absolute BS, and it's corruption in the highest form. On Wednesday, Sun posted a video of himself visiting the executive office building next to the White House. He just bought his way into the White House. Where have we seen that before? Oh, wait, Elon Musk and many other people. And also, there's a difference between being a donor and lobbying for a specific issue and having the ear of the president. There's a difference between that and single-handedly electing the president because you bought Twitter, you donated money, then you're walking around the White House. There's a difference between that and holding off-the-record crypto dinners where you pay to play. And here's the insane part. Listen to this. Here's the part that I really don't want you to miss. The SEC recently paused its 2023 fraud investigation into Sun, the guy we were just talking about. The Chinese dude, really quickly, the China-born crypto entrepreneur Justin Sun. He was getting investigated. He was being investigated by the SEC, and they paused the fraud investigation, and now he's buying his way back into Trump dinners. Insane. Sun declined to comment, but posted that he's grateful for the invitation. The SEC declined to comment as well, and Sun is going to go. In total, investors spent an estimated $148 million on the Trump meme coin to secure their seats at the dinner. Again, they were forced to buy the Donald Trump meme coin to secure seats at a dinner where they won't be investigated for putting a bunch of money into the Donald Trump meme coin. Any regulatory investigation into one of these investors or into any of Trump's rich allies will be paused or halted or slow walked through public intimidation because Trump doesn't want them to be investigated. We saw this with Elon Musk. If he can continue to benefit the richest of the rich, it's disgusting. These top holders will enjoy a private VIP reception with Trump purely as a function of their wealth, allowing them to buy the Trump coin. And who benefits from the Trump coin? Again, 80% of it is owned by insiders. A company controlled by the Trump family and a second firm together hold 80% of the remaining supply of the Trump coins and have so far earned $320 million in fees, including at least $1.35 million after the dinner announcement, according to blockchain analytics firm Chain Analysis. I need to be putting this in a document because this is some of the most damning shit I have ever read. This and also Elon Musk's regulatory investigations being paused. Over 40 different investigations were halted or paused. More than half of the 220 holders at the black tie event are likely based outside the United States, according to blockchain analysis. The White House maintains that Trump's assets are managed in a trust overseen by his children and that he has no role in operations. But if I remember correctly, Trump wasn't really a fan. He didn't really sign any of the transitory documents the president usually signed in that transition period where you put your funds in a trust that is blind, where you say that you will follow all of these laws. We know that Trump loves to follow laws, right? This reads, Trump's crypto dinner cost over $1 million per seat. Sorry. In total, the winner spent $394 million. Okay, that's a new number on Trump's cryptocurrency, a new study found. Though some have sold portions of their holdings since the contest ended, which is insane. Pure corruption. And I want to know what you guys think in the comment section below. A lot of people say, Adam, I've been watching since 200,000 subscribers and just realized that
I want to know what you guys think as well. Hey, Z Sarah, it reminds me of Willy Wonka's golden ticket. He may have been in attendance to a few. Of course, you're talking about Diddy parties, Gary? Are you talking about Diddy's parties? You may have been in attendance to a few of those parties. Oh, Trump taking over for the Diddy parties. He's talking to those folks like they have you seen the helicopter? Did you? It's not a good window out here. So go over and catch Adam Mogler out. There's one more that I want to share with you. Bad food, no drinks. They said that the food was disgusting. It looks disgusting. Let's check this out. The food looked bad. No drinks. They said that the only drinks that they had was water and Trump wine. No drinks. Volume off. Trump's crypto gala flop. What guests now reveal? All glitz, no glory. Trump's black tie crypto dinner promised exclusivity but delivered controversy and chaos. Held at his Virginia golf course on Thursday night, the event gathered the top 220 investors of his coin. Industry elites made the guest list, but press was barred and security was reportedly roaringly light. Worryingly light. Trump had made a fleeting 23-minute appearance and gave a campaign speech. Top investors were gifted a branded gem-studded watches worth $100,000, but Trump didn't even give him the watch. A guy who invested $300,000 slammed the event's catering. That is what they ate. Guests were only offered water or Trump's own wine, and one attendee claimed the glasses were filled once. So this is him receiving his watch from the fake Vanna Whites. And why are they holding? Why are they have on gloves like they are holding something priceless? Look at the dinner. Here's the dinner. I'm gonna stop. Would you guys say that this was worth the money? $1 million dinner, huh? The $1 million dinner. Okay, so there's that. Now let's move on beyond this dinner. I couldn't find the one clip that I wanted to play. To be fair, they could have had a Big Mac and a cola. I'm calling him Krasnova 47, aka Cheeto Green. He's such a cheap bastard. They couldn't even have a Coca-Cola. They couldn't even have sparkling water. They had water that was refilled once, and some Trump wine that probably what happens when wine gets old and it's bad wine. I forget what they say. They had some bad Trump wine that didn't sell from the 80s. And they tried to act as if this is from a very good year, 1987. Trump wine, 1987. This is it's been aged to perfection. It smells and tastes like a bunch of rotten cork. Okay. Corked. Oh man. Okay, so that's what I wanted to show you about that. Now let's get back into a couple of more stories that I wanted to tell you. Uh, Let me get back in here. What else did I want to talk about on today? Blocked from harassing Howard, he fought the law. Let's go to this India thing that I told you. Let me go to the information about the India situation that I told you about earlier. I want to share this with you about what's going on. Here we go. India strikes back against Trump. Here we go.
Lately is Palki Sharma, her program Vantage. She's the managing editor, and she doesn't mince words in her reports. You can check her out on the First Post YouTube channel. But here's what she has to say about Donald Trump continuing to try to take credit for the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, which he had nothing to do with at all. She does not mince words. Play this clip.
India's position: Pakistan sponsors terror and it will have to suffer the consequences. And while India sends this message to the world, someone else is trying to steal the mic. I'm talking about US President Donald Trump. India and Pakistan decided on a ceasefire, but the announcement came from Donald Trump. And since then, he's been telling a lie, repeating it on loop, that he stopped this conflict.
On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. Just days ago, my administration successfully brokered a historic ceasefire to stop the escalating violence between India and Pakistan, and I used trade to a large extent to do it. I don't want to say I did, but I sure as hell helped settle the problem between Pakistan and India last week, which was getting more and more hostile.
And Trump said it again yesterday to the South African president that he mediated the ceasefire.
Doing a big deal with India, we're doing a big deal with Pakistan, and I said, what are you guys doing? You know, somebody had to be the last one to shoot, but the shooting was getting worse and worse, bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper into the countries. And we spoke to them, and I think we, I hate to say we got it settled, and then 2 days later, something happens, and they say it's Trump's fault. But Pakistan has got some excellent people and some really good, great leader. And India is my friend Modi, and he's a mutual friend. Yeah, he's a great guy, and I call them both. And we just do something good.
Yes, he's still not giving up. India has fact-checked him on more than one occasion, but Trump won't let it go. It's like a broken record. Today, India's External Affairs Minister debunked Donald Trump's statements. S. Jaishankar is visiting Europe. Earlier this week, he was in the Netherlands. He was asked about US involvement in the ceasefire, and Jaishankar had just one thing to say. The US was in the United States, meaning Washington had no role to play. And it's something that India has been saying from day one. India hit terror camps in Pakistan on May 7th. Pakistan hit back. That's when India struck their military bases. A humble Pakistan sued for peace. On May 10th, their army sent a message to India. They were ready to stop firing, and New Delhi responded accordingly. That is the story. That is how the ceasefire came about. The US was informed, as were many other countries. None of them is claiming credit. But Donald Trump wants to be the hero in the story. India won't have it. There is no room for the US in this conversation. The Kashmir issue is bilateral. Operation Sindoor was not about Kashmir. It was about Pakistani terrorism. India will not tolerate it. And when it comes to national security, India will write its own script. No one, not even Donald Trump, gets to edit the ending.
And here's Palki Sharma from Vantage talking about...
Was that quite clear? I think that was quite clear. Okay, so... let me see. Is there another one?
How Donald Trump is making a trade deal with India very difficult. But one of the things she also points out, and I want you to all be aware of this, is all of the other trade deals that India has actually made with other countries throughout the world, in Europe, in Asia, and elsewhere, and how the threats that are coming from Donald Trump that are really hyped up here in American media, it's not going to hurt India as much as Trump thinks. It's definitely going to hurt India, but India is diversified. And the way American media presents India as like, oh, India should just be, grateful that any type of deal happens. India is like a very proud country.
I agree with you, Leonard. India doesn't want to show the heat they really have. It's crazy. Yeah. But they like, oh, hell no. What you not gonna do is you not gonna try to act like you have anything to do. And I also said that 4547 is demanding that the iPhone now has to be made in the United States. When the iPhone they have moved their iPhone making facilities over to India, and he's talking shit. Okay.
Who cares deeply about their sovereignty. And so they feel very disrespected by the type of rhetoric coming from the Trump regime. Here's Palki Sharma explaining that point. Here, play this clip.
Into discussing non-trade barriers as well. But it expects concessions in return. And on this front, New Delhi's priorities are clear. It wants to protect the labor-intensive sectors, industries like textile and leather. India is seeking concessions for them. It also wants to secure some sensitive sectors like agriculture and dairy. For these, India could push for a quota or a minimum support price. The best case scenario would be a zero tariff trade regime. But there's a roadblock. The Trump administration cannot unilaterally bring down tariffs. For that, it needs approval from the US Congress. That is the American Parliament. They must approve. And that would take time. If this deal goes to the US Congress, it won't be signed anytime soon. So India wants to keep it simple. India's ask from the Trump administration is this: just remove the 26% additional tariffs, the ones that Trump imposed in April, remove them. That's the ask. An interim deal, no congressional approval, and no delays. Just a fast and focused agreement that gets both sides across the finish line quickly. Because both India and the US want to win. So this should not be a tough sell. And yet it's not done till it's done. So we should prepare for all scenarios. What if the deal does not happen? What if they do not meet the deadline? What happens then? The prospect should not worry India too much. That is the assessment of ratings agency Moody's. They have released a new report. It says India is better placed than most emerging economies. Trump's tariffs may slow down growth.
The same Moody's that looking at India said that they were in good standing, degraded the United States credit rating. And that bumbling billionaire who what is his name? Scott Bessent, he wants to act like Moody's doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything because your personal wealth has not been bought down. Your personal wealth, you are a independently wealthy man. Your personal wealth has not been downgraded, not one bit, and he wants to present to us, the American people, that it doesn't mean anything, that the whole United States wealth has been downgraded. I want you to understand who is telling you this information, because this information will not affect them. It will only affect you when you go to purchase things. It will only affect you. Let's be clear.
But the Indian economy should be able to absorb the shock. India has a strong domestic market. It has a low dependence on exports and robust growth driven by internal factors. In fact, Moody's says even if the US imposes tariffs, India won't suffer significant economic damage. That should be encouraging. At the same time, resilience cannot be an excuse for stagnation. India does not want to just survive this. It wants to expand its trade. And for that, it is looking beyond the United States. India is negotiating with a wide range of countries. Some deals have already been signed. India has deals with more than 10 countries in blocks, including Japan, South Korea, the UAE, and Australia. Recently,
and you notice how 4547 said people were clamoring at his doors to make deals. We have 75 people, we have 85 people, we have 90 countries clamoring at the door. Have they one time put up any names of these alleged companies? Have they told you which country they have penned a deal with? While the fool that has us in this situation is lying and demanding. The last thing we heard, he was going to send out letters to every country because they weren't trying to deal with him fairly. So he's going to put out letters to tell them what tariffs they will be getting. Well, you're just going to send out a letter. Why don't you go on the front lawn and just repeat your speech the last time you put tariffs on countries that didn't even have human beings on them? Why don't you do that dumb shit again? Why don't you go out there and say that you're putting tariffs on countries that only have military, U.S. military bases on? Why don't you do that dumb shit again? And so what he has done is he has made all of our allies look other places. And what is happening? They are securing deals. I hear that one of the main reasons he is upset with South Africa is because he wants South Africa to exit the BRICS. Like he is the master. And how come you're not telling Russia to exit BRICS? Russia is a part of BRICS too. You ain't telling Russia shit. You ain't even telling Russia you're going to put no sanctions on them. But you want South Africa to exit the BRICS? What you're doing is you're sending everybody else over to BRICS nation to negotiate trade, and you're isolating the United States. But these greedy motherfuckers that we have in government only care about their personal wealth. They don't give a shit about the United States and the damage that they are doing to the United States. The only thing that they care about the United States, if they want to set Black people and race relations back 50 or 60 years. That's the only thing that they care about that goes on in the United States. That they want to be the supreme race in the United States, even if they have to ship in white Afrikaners to be a supreme race in the United States. So they think. So they think. See, this is the thinking of the administration that we have in office. These are the things that they care about. They care about giving rich people tax cuts. They don't give a fuck about how anybody else is going to get health care, cutting their health care to give rich people tax cuts. They care about setting Elon Musk up with deals for his Starlink in African nations, rich African nations, 13 of which have already said no thank you. No thank you. We don't want to have shit to do with you. Nations. Okay.
We sealed an agreement, a trade deal with the UK. New Delhi will cut tariffs on 90% of British goods. In return, 99% of India's exports to the UK will face no duties. Similarly, talks are on with the European Union, New Zealand, Oman, and Israel. So India has not put all its eggs in the American basket. It is building a network, a shield against Trump's uncertainty. If the US agreement comes through, it will be a boost. If it doesn't, India is building options.
Now, here is a program that I watched from.
And everybody know it is nothing like having options. When you have options, you are secure. We do a lot of trade with India, and the rest of Europe does too. India is one of the fastest growing countries. He's about to embarrass himself again doing his Memorial Day speech. Let's hope he reads the teleprompter and doesn't go rogue. He said that he said something about. Let me see if I can pull up his speech. I read that he said something about Democrats hate something, or he hate the Democrats and they want. He said something real crazy, and he put it up on Twitter, and then he took it down real quick. Ouch! Trump pick instantly betrays his own voters. That's not the one I wanted. Is Trump drunk? Let me see. No, that's not the one. Oh, hold on. That's not the one that I'm looking for. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Okay, I can't find it. One more try. I think it's this one right here. Hold on. Let me share this with you. This link is called "A Breaking." Trump posts and then frantically deletes this. I think this is it right here. So let's see what Trump has been up posting.
5:05 right now. Today, President Trump will mark Memorial Day by laying a wreath at Arlington National Cemetery.
Over the weekend, the president turned his focus to Russia's war on Ukraine, railing against Russian President Vladimir.
So indeed, Trump will be marking Memorial Day that way, but also a very different way, which is him losing his mind at his enemies. Welcome everybody to the morning show. It is Memorial Day. I hope you're doing wonderful. A day to honor and recognize those who have lost their lives in service of this great country. I think there's a lot of beautiful ways that you can mark such an occasion. Trump decided to do this in the most deranged fashion you could possibly imagine. But again, before getting
Okay, this is Luke Beasley. If you're not subscribed to him, you may want to check him out as well. I'm gonna drop his link in the chat. Go over and check out
this post that he posted and then deleted and then reposted an altered version of it, and so many different things and a lot of other news items. I just want to thank you again for being here on this Monday. A lot of you have been asking about the wedding. On the bonus show, I'll be talking about my brother's wedding, which was the cause of some output issues on the channel because I was focused on that. And it was an absolutely spectacular, beautiful wedding. And so we'll get into that on the bonus show. But here's me reporting on Trump's early morning Memorial Day screed, as they call it. Trump deletes and reposts lengthy Memorial Day screed, slamming scum Democrats.
But hold on. I thought that Caroline Levitt said that hate would not be allowed to flourish under this administration. I thought that she came out and actually said that hate will not be tolerated in this administration. So let's see what was written in this screed, as they call it.
So I guess this was the one he originally posted. Happy Memorial Day to all, including the scum that spent the last 4 years trying to destroy our country through warped radical left mind to allow 21 million. That is a million more every time he says it. We've gone from 8 million to 21 million people to illegally enter our country, many of the being criminals and the Mateo insane through an open border that only... How is he not drunk? He is sober and has never had drinks, apparently. So then he doesn't have an excuse, okay? These are the texts you send a friend at 3 a.m. and you say, we go tacos, miss, didn't see, love, bye. And then you wake up and you go, that's funny. I was trying to say we're getting tacos. I miss you, love you, didn't get to see you today, goodbye. But Trump doesn't have an excuse. Let's start here again. Many of the being criminals and the Mateo insane through an open border that only an incompetent president would approve, and through judges who are on a mission to keep murderers, drug dealers, rapists, gang members, and released prisoners from all over the world in our country so they can rob murderers and rape again. What is wrong with him? Protected by these USA-hating judges who suffer from an ideology, that is sick and very dangerous for our country. Hopefully, the United States Supreme Court and other good and compassionate judges throughout the land will save us from the decisions of the monsters who want our country to go to hell. Happy Memorial Day. No, he didn't. Happy
Memorial Day. This is who's at the head of state.
Didn't say that. That was the end of the post. just the syntax, the grammar, the punctuation, the word choice. Early in the morning, there's no excuse. But I guess he posted that, as you can, or deleted that, as you can see, and then just posted, Happy Memorial Day. But as Mediaite reports, Trump wasn't done as the original post reappeared, this time fixing several typos and adding, but fear not, we have made great progress over the last 4 months, and America will soon be safe and great again. Happy Memorial Day, and God bless America. It's so weird. This is drunk behavior, but he doesn't get that excuse. And if that were the excuse, please don't tell me you're drunk at like 6 in the morning, 7:20 in the morning. Don't be drunk that early / late. That's an absolute disaster. On Memorial Day, instead of, and I'm sure he's posting, we can see other Memorial Day items. Like he said, I'll be making a Memorial Day speech today at Arlington National Cemetery at 11 a.m. Enjoy. But then he's ranting about Harvard. And yeah, no, that's kind of his Memorial Day message. He has hype videos for himself. But his Memorial Day message is, I hate the Democrats and they want you to be raped. Which we're going to talk about later in this morning's broadcast. The Democrats having one of these getaways where you talk about how you're going to win back voters. And they were talking about how they're going to win back men, young men. And some funny anecdotes came from that. But
okay. So that's it. That's all I wanted to show you on that. But I just think his brain is like that all the time. It's given drunken tweet. Yes, it is given drunken tweet. So if you guys want to check that out, or go over to Luke Beasley, it looked like he had a debate also against. I think that was a sitting congressman and I love to see these debates with these younger students debating these older people who are setting their ways. Now let's talk about Target. We need an update about Target. Have you guys had an update about Target? We need to see what's going on with Target. Okay. Let me go to this. Let's see what's going on with Target. You guys know that they had a boycott on Target. You know that Target had the nerves to go to Al Sharpton to make it all go away, Reverend Al. I know everybody listened to you, Reverend Al. Reverend Al was not even the one who promoted the boycott. It was Jamal Bryant. Jamal Bryant was actually at the meeting with you, and you guys didn't even recognize that he was insurmountable for having the boycott. Your loss, motherfuckers. Your loss. You don't care about what we have to say. You just care that we've taken our dollars away from your store. You don't even know who to talk to about what wrongs you need to right. So fuck you, motherfuckers. And let's see what's going on with Target.
Donald Trump and for some corporations that are kind of carrying his water and doing what he asked them to do. And it has to do in part. The bad news continues to roll in, both for Donald Trump and for some corporations that are kind of carrying his water and doing what he asked them to do. And it has to do in part with Trump's tariffs, which are wreaking real havoc on the economy and on some major corporations, like you're seeing their Target, we're going to be talking about in this segment, but also those corporations, because he came in and said, DEI is done, we're not doing it anymore. And Target seems to have agreed with that. And that is not really helping them out over the past few months. And so let's do a little update. We check in every once in a while. Sales at Target fell more than expected in the first quarter. Everybody knew it was going to be tough times, but it's even tougher for Target. And the retailer warned they will slip for all of 2025 as its customers, worried over the impact of tariffs in the economy, pull back on spending. But Target also said that customer boycotts have done some damage during the latest quarter. So they've cut their annual sales projections as of earlier this week. The company now expects a low single-digit decline for 2025 after after projecting a 1% increase for sales in March. Comparable store sales, those from established stores and online channels, fell nearly 4%. That includes a nearly 6% drop in store sales and nearly 5% increase in online sales. That reverses a comparable store sales increase of 1.5% in the previous quarter. And I believe this as of yesterday, they dropped about 3.5% as a result of the bad news that they were announcing. So it didn't help out their stock price literally at all, bringing them to just shy of a 40% loss in the last 365 days, which, look, it's been rough for the stock market generally, but particularly for Target. I mean, a 40% loss in the last year, that's like Tesla number.
That was a dive off the cliff, the way those numbers have plummeted. Let's keep it a buck. Let's continue.
That they're experiencing right now. And some of it's going to be, people not wanting to go to retail stores necessarily as much, people worried about the economy. There's some meta stuff. And certainly Donald Trump's tariffs have not been helping people. But we know that Target has been one of those big manufacturers that has been targeted by, pun intended, a lot of these boycotts that we've been reporting on. And that really does seem to be hurting their ability to bounce back.
Well, just not boycott. Be specific. They have been boycotted by Black purchasers because they decided the day one of the inauguration that they were going to pull back on their DEI when it was only being talked about DEI being pulled back in government, but Target decided as a national retailer that they would fall on the bandwagon of racism, and thus their stock is in free fall. Let's keep it a buck. He is going to, but I got to too.
From this, other retailers are down, but not down nearly as much because they haven't gone so far out of their way to stick their thumb in the eye of people who used to be committed shoppers. And it really feels like Target had a couple of years of people who didn't necessarily shop at Target at all, posting TikToks about how furious they were that they saw like a pride section, and Target has massively overcorrected. In wanting to reassure conservatives that they don't give a damn about anyone who isn't white and straight, they seem to have turned off people who were enthusiastic shoppers. And just as a business strategy, like, I'm not a businessman, you don't have to listen to me, but you can look at their sales, you can look at their stock price. This doesn't seem like a great strategy that they've been pursuing. And at least for now, the boycotts are not going away, and why would they? Target hasn't changed. We previously talked about the Reverend Jamal Bryant, who had initially a 40-day boycott. He's called for it to be extended and has just announced a protest to bring attention to particularly the Black customers of Target who've been boycotting the company. And so when you're not doing anything to win these people back over, I don't know why. Look, we have people in the chat saying, they used to go to Target. I love Target. There's Targets everywhere. And it's not the only, I don't want to just focus on Target. Walmart has been facing a lot of these boycotts as well. Other corporations have too, but Target seems to be having just about the toughest.
Yes, Walmart has there have been calls for boycotts at Walmart, at Amazon as well. It seems that Target is bearing the brunt of the boycotts because it's the smaller retailer of the three. We're not going to pretend like we don't understand that Walmart has taken out all of the mom and pop stores in many regions where people have the opportunity. Sometimes it is the only destination of shopping that people have to them. So understand why they're not getting hit as bad. However, if you haven't heard about the 3 Walmarts that are closing in Georgia, there are 3 Walmarts that are actually closing down in Georgia. So, a blessing and a curse. A blessing that the largest retailer in the United States is feeling the brunt of their racist decisions and their poor business decisions. At the same time, it's going to hurt the people who have nowhere else to shop because when Walmart came in, they dismantled all of the other smaller places to shop. Let's continue.
This job of digging out of the hole that they're in. And so let's jump into a little bit of their actual response. We'll close out with this. Target is intensifying efforts to entice customers who are nervous about the economy and inflation. They say they're offering 10,000 new items starting at $1, with the majority under 20. Target has reduced the number of its store-label products sourced from China to 30% now from 60% in 2017. The company's on its way to reducing that number to 25% by the end of next year. And they're shifting sourcing to Guatemala and Honduras and looking to source in the US as well. So that part is speculative. That was supposedly going to be the results of all these tariffs. That hasn't actually been the result. They're moving it away from China, but still a lot of these products are being produced in other corporations. So that might help with some people who are just worried about prices. But for those who have an actual problem with what they see as Target turning their backs on the LGBTQ community, turning on Black-owned businesses, both things that Target has moved away from, they have so far done literally nothing to reassure those customers.
They have no plans in store for that. You see what they're planning to do. They're planning to get their goods from other places other than China. That does you no good. The boycotts didn't start with the tariff. The boycott started with your DEI bullshit. That's when the boycott started. So fuck you, Target. Let's move on. Yes, sales as of 2022. Sales as of 2022, the company is operational in Canada, Chile, China, India, Mexico, Nigeria, South Africa, the United States, the United Kingdom. What company? Are you talking about Walmart? Okay, let me see. Oh, yeah, you're talking about Walmart. Walmart owns ASDA in the UK and other large European supermarket chains. I believe it. I rarely use either. You mean Target and Walmart? Gonna go online probably. Yeah, that's Walmart. Okay, so I have one more thing I want to share with you on Walmart. On Target, I'm sorry, not Walmart. This is interesting. How conservative laid the groundwork for progressive Target's boycott. Okay, here we go. Let me share this with you. I think I am. Okay, here we go. If you guys have not seen this young man, go over to Mother Jones and sign up to Mother Jones YouTube channel. The link is in my description box, and I am going to drop it in the chat.
Boycott happening right now is important, then you need to. If you really want to understand why the Target boycott happening right now is important, then you need to go back and look at two very successful boycotts from recent history. Then we're going on a journey. It's spring 2023 and conservatives are mad. Bud Light partnered with a single trans person.
Bud Light sent me possibly the best gift ever, a can with my face on it.
And the MAGA movement's response was to grab their guns.
Bud Light and fuck Anheuser-Busch.
Stop it. Get some help. Meanwhile, the anti-woke bloodhounds were on the prowl to find something else to be angry about. And when someone on social media lied saying that Target was selling trans swimsuits for children in their Pride Month collection, the firestorm ignited and a boycott was born. Their message was simple. If you run afoul of our political preferences, no matter how niche and oddly obsessed with queer people they may be, if you do that, we will not support you. And the crazy thing is that Target and Bud Light saw some pretty immediate impacts from this action. Their stock prices took a hit. Fox News talked about it around the clock.
This is happening, and it's an attack on people of faith, and that's the problem.
Social media influencers were going crazy. People were in random Target stores harassing minimum wage workers as if they were making the inventory and product decisions for this multinational corporation.
Well, I was just curious where the straight section was. I wanted to buy some gifts for my kids.
Can you not record me, please? It was a mess, but it was effective. Target seems to get the message loud and clear. These people mean business. Deranged, crazy, divorced from reality business, but business nonetheless. So So Target capitulates. They limit their Pride Month 2023 rollout, and over time, the controversy dies down. Fast forward to January 2025, and you get this.
We have more breaking news. Target announcing it is rolling back diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at the company.
I think the 2023 MAGA boycotts laid the groundwork for the 2025 DEI rollback, which may or may not be real. I made a whole video about this. Either way, consumers tell corporations what they can and cannot get away with. And Target is now running afoul of the values of people who see diversity, equity, and inclusion as a good thing, specifically Black people, who are often on the receiving end of anti-DEI rhetoric. So Black church leaders are doing something about it, and their message is simple. If you turn your backs on us, we aren't going to support you.
I am calling for a 40-day fast from Target. 100,000 conscientious Christians. You don't have to be Black, Latino, Asian, white, 100,000.
In just a few weeks since announcing the boycott, Pastor Jamal Bryant and other organizers have marshaled an army of at least 100,000 people, folks who are fully committed to cutting Target out of their spending habit for at least 40 days. And early indicators suggest that Target may already be seeing the effects of this boycott. And to be honest with you, I like it. Black economic power is real. There are just as many Black people in America as there are people in Canada total. If a fraction of Black America and her allies decide to spend their money conscientiously, corporations will get the message loud and clear. But what's still yet to be seen is whether or not they will act accordingly.
Okay, I got that for you. I have one more
The
thing
servers
I want to share for you. Target is now admitting that the boycotts have had a impact on their numbers. So let me share this with you. Okay, here we go.
A warm reception. First, he said, quote, "Found a new wife. Can you say a trophy wife? It didn't work."
Oh God, that is not what I wanted to share. Hold on. Let me, one second. Let me find it again. I don't know how I lost that. Let me find it again. Elon Musk's trouble grows as he announces he's going back to work 24/7. Let me see. Here we go. Let me find it. Here we go. I can't find it right off the bat. Let me see. I just had it. Oh my goodness. Oh well. I apologize for that. Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay, here we go. Let me share this link with you now. Okay.
Protests and boycotts are working. Target sales plummeted during the first quarter of 2025 by 3.8%, primarily because of the protests and boycotts, because of Target's shifting stance on diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. The company today literally admitted in a filing that one of the big reasons why its sales fell in the first quarter of 2025 was because of the boycotts and the protests. The company also noted that Trump's tariffs are going to rise costs for consumers, and it's going to push up costs for the company. I've received numerous messages from Target employees who have told me that they have seen less people in their stores, that they have received less sales at individual stores across the country. And now we are seeing that these boycotts, these protests are actually working. Spread the word. As always, I'll have a full breakdown of this on my Substack, link to my bio, so subscribe for free and follow along for all the news you need to know about more to come. We have some major breaking news.
Okay, so there's that on Target. Good news, good work, everybody. Good work. When you think that nothing matters, or when you want to follow the crowd on BS, understand that your power is in your dollar. I boycott everything. Not everything, Liz. You use your power. I love this time of year so I can go to the farmer's market. I love this time of year. Okay, so let me stop this. Um, I have. What else I want to talk to you about real quick? It is just so much. That 3 days is just a bit much. Um, we talked about the dinner. Oh, okay. Now, they are trying to block everything that Doge did from being revealed via a FOIA request. Um, it's in the court. Trump 4547 is asking uh, uh, a court to not make it public what the Muskrat has done under his guise as being a Doge officer cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. I wonder why. He's trying to imply that he had a special government position and that there is some legality that prevents him from disclosing what he did in Doge. But we already know, based upon that Project 2025 undercover investigation, that was paramount on them implementing some of these things that they wanted it to be unfoyable, where you could not just file a Freedom of Information Act on these things that they are doing in the government. We already understand that, and they are also going through all of 45 and 47 speeches, and they are taking the some of the speeches are up, but some of the speeches and the transcripts from the speeches have been taken down. Some of the speeches are up, but they are taking all of the written transcript down of what 45 and 47 has taken his bundling ass out there and presented as policy, as speeches, as Q&As. They have taken all of the written transcript down. Now that seems like that is against the act. What is it? Where the president must ensure that all of his acts and actions and speeches be saved in the archives, the presidential archives. So that is going on. If you want to check that out, hit my link. It's in the description box. Blocking FOIA requests of Trump and Doge. It's under that. The SSI administrator. I remember that bumbling SSI administrator. He has been caught. He said that he was not looking for a job, but they came up to him offering him a job as the Social Security administrator. So he's like, Social Security administrator? What is that? I know you guys remember me reviewing his confirmation, Senate confirmation, and he was definitely incompetent in my opinion. So let's hear him admit. And this was excuse me, this was his first meeting with the Social Security staff. Of course, the Republicans pushed this inept man through. He even actually said in his Senate confirmation that he was really a Doge guy, and I really like what those Doge guys are doing. I like them. Sound like he's from Long Island or some godforsaken place. That's just my opinion. Let's hear this. Oh, wait a minute. Let me make sure I'm sharing this. Yes, I'm sharing it. Okay, so let's hear what this is all about.
I think like a lot of people, like as a kid, like you get that first waitering job and sometimes maybe you have to fit. I think a lot of people can relate to this. Have you ever? I think like a lot of people, like as a kid, like you get that first waitering job and sometimes maybe you have to fib a little bit. Like, oh, sure, I worked at a wait. I worked actually, it was at a summer place.
Made plenty of Long Island iced teas.
Yeah. They,
I totally do that.
I would do a reference, but they closed because management was bad, but I did all the waitering stuff and yeah, no, I can do it. I just got to learn the computer system and then I'll be fine. Or, you know, sometimes you get a job.
I was on mute. Bye, Renee. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your support. Have a great remainder of your Memorial Day holiday.
And you're like, I'm not sure what to do, but you know, I'm going to fake it till I make it. And then other times you get offered a job to head an agency that is the one of the biggest programs the U.S. government has and keeps tens upon tens of millions of Americans out of poverty and is essential to sort of like the maintaining the structure of our society in many respects.
It's arguably the most important function of the United States government.
I mean, in terms of dollars, it is one of the top functions of the U.S. government, and that, of course, is sitting atop the head of the Social Security Administration. Now, what happens if you get a call? You're not even looking for a job, and you got to take the call. Well, here is Frank Bigisano. Did I say his name right?
I think it's Bisignano.
Bisignano, who is the head of the Social Security Administration, and apparently, like, I don't know why he got offered the role. I'm not sure that he knows why, but one of the amazing things about it is he was willing to take it, even though he had absolutely no idea what it was. That shows guts.
I got a phone call and it's about Social Security, and I swear I'm not looking for a job. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? So I'm Googling Social Security, you know, one of my great skills. I'm one of the great Googlers on the East Coast. But that is the headline for the post. Great Googler in chief, chief and Googler, whatever. So, by the way, I like to have fun at work. You know, we're allowed to laugh, we're allowed to have fun, we're allowed to know each other's families, we're allowed to be normal. How's that? I'm like, what the heck's the commissioner of Social Security? First,
Austin, I should tell you, this is his first, I think, staff-wide meeting he has, and he's explaining. You're probably asking, what am I doing here?
That's his first staff-wide meeting? I thought this was happy hour with the rest of the crew.
That would have been my plan.
This was the town hall with Social Security managers from around the country. This took place on...
Now, this is the person who is going to be over you, saying that he had to Google what a Social Security administrator does, but he got the job. They did not choose within the ranks you. And many of you have already been fired because another motherfucker who did not know the job, who was trying to sabotage Social Security, had fired them. Let's continue.
On Wednesday, and he's like, I get this phone call and it's about Social Security. I'm really not, I swear I'm not looking for a job. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? So I'm Googling Social Security, you know, one of my great skills. I'm one of the great Googlers on the East Coast. What the heck is the commissioner of Social Security?
What he should have done was
70 million Americans rely on this for retirement, for disability, for, if they're widowers or widows. And here he is looking to transform the agency into a premier service organization.
I'll be like, it's the big meeting, right? And of course, I know what my job is, but we're going to go around the room and you're going to tell me what my job is.
Was there anything I missed on Google? me. I mean, like,
should I use Grok?
I was thinking about, like, should I use the other one, the duck? What is it? Wherever somebody thinks I could find more information about this thing. Go ahead.
So, by the way, I like to have fun at work. You know, we're allowed to laugh, we're allowed to have fun, we're allowed to know each other's families, we're allowed to be normal. How's that? I'm like, what the heck's the commissioner of Social Security? First, nobody said we're calling you. It was about Social Security, so I'm trying to figure it out. We got a phone call.
It was very coherent.
Incidentally, I want everyone to know I'm completely effing wasted right now. I mean, I don't, I know people like, don't talk like this way to your staff and this and that. And I'm like, hey, I Googled it. And it said one of the ways when you're doing the first meeting that you can actually see eye to eye with everybody to show them that you got weaknesses too.
I was like, are these the Nixon tapes? Honestly.
Somebody, you understand that somebody was on the phone going like, holy shit. I can't believe this guy is saying this to us.
Webster's Dictionary defines Social Security Administration as an independent agency charged with administrating the national program. So we're on the same page now.
We can't hate on the guy for just being curious.
I'm like,
people can't learn anymore.
Like, yeah, what, like Social Security? What? I don't get it.
Not busy though, so I'll take it over.
The good news is I wasn't driving when I got the call because then I wouldn't been able to Google it.
But, he met the most important criteria, which is that he and his wife have made significant contributions to the Trump Victory Fund and to Trump 47 committees. So pay to play.
It's called return on investment is what I call it. Return on investment. Calling from a 910 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Steve from a small town in North Carolina.
Steve from a small town in North Carolina. You are probably the second to last caller, unless you're a libertarian, in which case we may never get to another.
Well, I appreciate it. I was just calling about the kind of let you guys and your listeners know about a local and direct action you can take to kind of help out. I don't know if you guys are familiar.
Okay. I don't know what Steve wanted, but there is, go check that out. Scary times. People are getting jobs that they're not even looking for, but they're accepting these jobs for the power that it would give them, and they don't know what to do with said power. But this is happening. Also, I want to take one. I have something. The last two things in my description box you definitely want to watch, but I want to talk about this deregulation that they keep acting as if something you may want to want, that you may want. All of these big businesses, all of these rich people, all of these rich people are the ones who are always talking about deregulation. So we have actually lived under a lot of deregulation. And let's remember what deregulation actually looks like. If you guys are familiar with that Aaron Brockovich story, where all of these people were drinking this contaminated water and it was ignored. That is that whole story is a story about deregulation. People died because of this. Okay, so let's revisit deregulation, shall we? And we're going to close with this.
International proven fact that when you have too few rules, or wrong people get to cancel existing rules for their own selfish interests, you have something far worse than the idea that there's some annoying rules or regs around. You have huge danger. That is the point we're going to get into tonight. But let me start with the markets. We were just talking about this earlier tonight. We've been talking about it for weeks. Trump's trade war has the markets smoked, spooked, volatile, down. Indeed, to put it in context, reports show that the Trump slump is the steepest concentrated sell-off for American stocks, on par with both the speed and the intensity of the type of sell-offs or drawdowns, as they call them, Reuters points out, since the infamous and damaging financial crisis in 2008. And the Times reports bad news for Trump on this as people learn about it, that unlike that '08 crash and the other one, what they call the two previous crashes of the past 20 years, people learn about it, that unlike that '08 crash and the other one, what they call the two previous crashes of the past 20 years, people learn about it, that unlike that '08 crash and the other one, what they call the two previous crashes of the past 20 years, people
Excuse me, I messed up that. Let me reshare this. One second. Here we are, right here. I apologize. Let me reshare. Here we go. Let me go back a hair. Okay, here we go.
The country's biggest mortgage lender is gone. The two big government-sponsored entities.
Keep that word in mind, regulators, because we're led deregulation. Explain why. With massive global crises. The thing he did with his tariff idea was on par, attributable only to one man, Donald Trump. So let's just take that in order. Pretty simple. The first point is Trump's policy failure is so bad that it is actually on par with massive global crises. The thing he did with his tariff idea was on par with a multi-year brewing housing market crash that cost a lot of people their homes and their jobs. Second point is relevant to our special report. That wider government cuts, slashing regulations, bringing a chainsaw to them, as Musk has literally claimed, have huge hidden delayed costs.
And who is bringing this? Musk. He regulation. It's people investigating the bullshit that goes on in his company. Regulation equals the people who are hurt, are wounded, or killed working in his company. Who wants to deal with that? Get me to the money. Who cares about the employees who are working? Who cares about what these different agencies want to hold these laws against me? Deregulations are laws to protect who? To protect you, because certainly your bosses are not going to want to protect you. Let me. I'm not going to interrupt this. I may interrupt a little bit. I ain't gonna lie.
Explain why. This is well documented. That 2008 crash, which was compared to Trump's tariff slump, was not exactly driven by politicians taking an action, but it was driven by inaction, or how politicians, especially on the right, but not only on the right, because some Democrats joined, how they disassembled parts of the government and slashed the rules for Wall Street and the housing market. The Bush administration had many problems, you might recall, also was dealing with wars, but it was the Republican-led deregulation, which included the Bush administration and started even earlier, and we can show you the headlines, that proved to cause problems that didn't just shake the financial markets, they upended the global economy. And as I said, cost many people homes and jobs. Here's one report from NBC about how the Bush administration backed off the crackdowns you would have on no money down interest-only mortgages before all of this. And they, quote, buckled to pressure from some of the same banks that then failed in that crisis I'm mentioning. A California lender wrote to regulators a year before that implosion, expect fallout, foreclosures, horror stories, because there were no rules to ensure that people who couldn't afford mortgages weren't just getting them from greedy bankers who didn't care about externalizing the costs or the famous terrible bailouts that the markets.
And that's exactly what happened. And who bailed out the bankers and not the homeowners, not the regular homeowners. The homeowners, they some of them got bailed out who had a second home or that was over 400,000. The regular person just trying to make it in America, did they get bailed out? No, they didn't. Let's continue.
Basically demanded. Bush also gutted the key Wall Street regulators. Keep that word in mind, regulators, because we're hearing a lot about Musk going after all the different regulators. Fewer cops on the beat, companies were getting away with risky practices for their own greed. But it would later be you, the public, and the government holding the bag, not the greedy corporations. Complicated story. You might have seen some of the movies about it. I'm going to show you one movie clip, but the point here is simple. When you take out all the rules and the people who enforce the rules, a lot of big, bad, greedy people can take advantage. Now, you might recall The Big Short, a movie based on the real events that fomented the clash. And there's a fictional scene that refers to the breakdown of government rules. It draws on, however, the reporting by a legendary journalist, Michael Lewis, who wrote the nonfiction book, The Big Short. So what I'm showing you is a dramatization of a real thing. No government cops on the beat. Housing bubble getting even bigger. And even when the signs were there, People who couldn't pay mortgage loans were being given ridiculous loans that the people giving them out knew they couldn't pay, which created the bubble that popped. Take a look.
So do applicants ever get rejected?
Seriously? Look, if they get rejected, I suck at my job.
Well, even if they have no money?
Well, my firm offers ninja loans. No income, no job. I just leave the income section blank if I want. Corporate doesn't care. These people just want homes, and they go with the flow.
Good for you.
Your companies don't verify.
If I write a loan on Friday afternoon, big bank is going to buy it by Monday lunch. Yeah, same here.
No problem, right? Except there was a huge problem. That scene is showing those investors asking the questions that no government regulators were around to ask. Later, there were even Wall Street voices who admitted all the government cuts, this deregulation, this Musk-style attack on all these different things that we're not supposed to be thinking about every day because you're supposed to just have the rules enforced, ultimately kneecapped the needed oversight.
There were large portions of the financial system that were not adequately covered by the regulatory oversight.
You can say that again. The consequences of shredding those rules became clear. The collapse of the mortgage market, the cascading events you probably remember, major banks going under, which endangered all of the deposits they had, all the people's money. It was the biggest crisis since the Great Depression.
The country's second biggest subprime mortgage lender was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy today.
He has no idea how bad it is out there. He has no idea. He has no idea.
A record number of home foreclosures. 3 of the 5 biggest investment banks are gone. The country's biggest mortgage lender is gone. The 2 big government-sponsored entities, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, brought under government control.
Meltdown. The American financial system is rocked to its foundation.
It was a disastrous meltdown. It ruined many people's lives. There are people who never really got their footing again, never really recovered, never really got back to a place where they could own a home or get the right job. Some other people recovered. It took years. What you see there, and this is important because so often in the news we're talking about today and maybe a little bit of tomorrow, but not the years back and the years ahead. What you see is the risk of what Trump and Musk are doing, because the story that ended with that meltdown started with disassembling government rules like the ones I showed you. A catastrophic failure with a lack of federal oversight that has been documented, studied, and proven. Again, nonpartisan point. It was the mess that actually also affected politics because it was an election year where Obama said there's a lot of things we got to change, and he came into office vowing to deal with, above all, that deregulation crash.
One of the most. And what is the most unregulated thing going on now in this administration? This crypto coins. It seems like everybody's getting rich. Remember, they were talking about they bought the Trump coin and sold it. Was it a day later and made $1 million point something? And but they are not telling you about all the people who have bought the Trump coin and lost everything. You notice how those stories are not getting out? And 4547 is walking around talking about this coin like it's the be all end all, that they have a reserve money that they are going to use on this coin, like this coin is a lifesaver. You must get it. All of this is a sales pitch for you to make him richer. Let's continue.
Significant contributors to our economic downturn was a unraveling of major financial institutions
not adequately covered by the regulatory oversight,
and the lack of adequate regulatory structures to prevent abuse and excess.
The job of the public sector is to try to set up a set of rules that allow you to maximize the benefits of these innovations and minimize the damage.
Insured banks in this country are trading in derivatives on their own proprietary accounts. You could just put a roulette wheel in the bank lobby.
History in the making. The Dow plummets more than 777 points, its biggest one-day point drop.
We lived through it.
We lived through it. I was just muting my mic to say, yeah, y'all don't remember this? We lived through it. I was just muting my mic to say, fucked it up again. Excuse me. I messed it up again. We lived through it. I am going to have to find this again. I apologize. I hit the wrong thing. Let me find that again. We definitely lived through that. If you don't remember living through that, if you were too young to remember that, I understand, but this is nothing new that they're trying, and there's always the Democrat who has to come in office and clean up the mess and the shit that is left behind these Republicans with this same old bullshit that has proven to have never worked in the first place. Okay, we're back. Okay, let me present this to you again. Here we go.
This country are trading in derivatives on their own proprietary accounts. You could just put a roulette wheel in the bank lobby.
History in the making. The Dow plummets more than 777 points, its biggest one-day point drop.
We lived through it, and we've learned a lot about the causes. And it is a tiny investment to have government regulation and cops on the beat. The disassembly of those government regulators and the regulations is what fomented and created the openings for what you saw there. And the problem is not specific to the United States. Let's take a look at another part of the world. It's a tale that you can go all the way back to Tocqueville for. The French aristocrat from the 1800s was exploring these concepts. Some of them were considered radical at the time, but take the old Soviet Union. That was a system that was more command and control, right? So unlike the American view of having checks and balances, something we hear about lately, here you had leaders like these guys running everything. And that meant sometimes that you also had under enforcement because you didn't have regulators who could say anything that was bad news to the people at the very top. And the deadliest nuclear accident in history, we know, occurred because there was a flawed reactor design and there wasn't the kind of systems and controls to both find the problem and communicate it internally, even if the guys at the top didn't want to hear it. It was actually immortalized in a miniseries called Chernobyl about that Soviet nuclear plant that's also sort of in modern day Ukraine, but that's a story for another day. But in 1986, it had that deadly, terrible explosion, sending clouds of radiation across Europe. Historians, political scientists say that autocratic countries have more of these kind of problems. You can think about that with what Trump has said he wants, including a third term. But specifically on these regulatory issues I'm telling you about,
so basically, he wants to be an autocrat. So it's par for the course. Let's continue.
Didn't have enough safety measures. Dozens of workers died of poisoning. Thousands of cancer cases were found. There were international investigations and an exploration of the causes.
Most Soviet nuclear plants do not have containment buildings, the thick concrete dome structures Americans are used to seeing built around U.S. reactors.
It was officially considered that all Russian design are absolutely safe, and there is no need to have this containment.
The accident occurred during an unauthorized experiment with safety systems shut down. This followed several years of more than 70 violations found during safety inspections.
The rules were not ruling, so to speak, and there weren't regulations to force fast resolutions of those safety violations, or, as you saw there, a requirement to build the reactors inside a containment.
Unauthorized experiment with all the controls, safeties turned off. That's deregulation. Because if you had regulations, you wouldn't have been able to even do this unauthorized test in the first place. And how did that work out? This is Chernobyl. If you guys are not familiar with that, if you guys are too young to remember that, go watch I think they have a movie about that on IMAX. They were panicking because one of the missiles in this Russia-Ukraine war hit the containment dome that is covering Chernobyl, and they were so afraid that I think it's like 30 years later that nuclear waste was going to get out. They're still afraid about it. Let's continue.
Dome in case an accident were to occur. Now, we even can tell you about a report from an international agency that said the lack of regulatory procedures was one of the key causes of the severity of the meltdown, the reactor brought to a state not specified by those procedures. Half a century after that failure, the plant is decommissioned. There's a productive dome, if you're curious. Protective area there you see. The evacuation zone, though, is still too radioactive for people to enter. And they've spent a ton of money on the cleanup. Now, I could mention the disaster ultimately led to some more international cooperation between nuclear powers. And after the fact, more safety protocols, better regulators, they say, in a country that since the Soviet era has, of course, evolved a bit, but had problems with exactly that. But consider how the danger of lax regulation was also brought to life for many Americans by the great Julia Roberts in the 2000 film about the great Erin Brockovich, delving into what might have been for many a seemingly obscure pollution case in the small town of Hinckley, California, and the severe health impacts that partly occurred for the same problem I mentioned earlier, the same Elon Musk approach of not having good, real environmental regulations enforced. Brockovich famously uncovered that.
I'm sorry. I just don't see why you're corresponding with PG&E about your medical problems in the first place.
Well, they paid for the doctor's visit.
Wow. Why'd they do that?
Because of the chromium.
Why'd they do that? Now, that town had toxic chemicals that was dumped into the water, and there was catastrophic fallout and not the right rules in advance to prevent what many viewed as a foreseeable, toxic, dangerous problem.
In the 1950s and 60s, PG&E admits it dumped 26 tons of a coolant made of chromium-6. The chemical is toxic and causes cancer.
Every community that I deal with that's been exposed to chromium-6, they have the same health symptoms.
I've had several stomach surgeries. I've had a hysterectomy. I've had several lumps removed from my breast.
This is a company that has great technology. They certainly have the money. You can't control this plume here in Hinckley after everything that's happened.
It's not complicated. Don't dump cancer, toxic stuff into places where people live. And the people in the position to know how toxic it was, of course, were the people who worked at the company and ran the company, but they were more interested in money.
But they were able to control it after the lawsuit. After the lawsuit, it was not until regular people died from the effects of them being greedy that they were able to control it and to pay out a lawsuit. You see how this worked with this lack of regulation, that every time I just want you to understand, every time that you hear them breeze by the phrase, and we're going to deregulate and we're going to ease regulations, that is not a good thing. That is a horrible thing. And you hear this administration tout that like it is a golden plume.
Money. So there's a reason why rules enforced by the government exist in many countries to prevent exactly that kind of thing. Because if the company doesn't face those rules and real-time enforcement, they'll do what you just saw they did. And you or your children could end up sick or dead. I'm speaking very directly because this is the stakes. The company knew what it was doing. They even, after the fact, fought to avoid having to pay for health care for the thing they caused. The film even depicts a meeting between the Brockovich firm and the company where she goes after the company for what it did and calls their bluff on the fact that after the fact, they also deceived about the safety of the water.
These people don't dream about being rich. They dream about being able to watch their kids swim in a pool without worrying that they'll have to have a hysterectomy at the age of 20, like Rosa Diaz, a client of ours, or have their spine deteriorate like Stan Bloom, another client of ours. By the way, we had that water brought in special for you folks. Came from well in Hinckley.
Bars. PG&E, in the real world example, had to settle for what at the time was a huge amount of money, over $300 million. It was the largest such settlement at that time. Environmental regulators have tried to work to prevent that from happening to you. As the Erin Brockovich character said, again, based on a real person, people want to live their lives. They shouldn't have to think about this all the time. And if we don't slash all these government rules, they don't have to think about it. But that's the issue around those chemicals. Regulators were still fought by industry. California only recently became what is the first state to order a phase out of those chemicals in that same Hinckley community. Now, safety experts have long warned regulations are written in blood, meaning the history is bloody, injurious, or sometimes involves avoidable death. That there are.
Okay, so let's think about what I was talking about last week about the coal industry. You know how 4547 has said, we're going to bring back coal. And at the same time, he says that they are going to bring back coal. What does the numbnut over HHS, Robert Kennedy Jr., what does he sit up before Congress and try to explain away the fact that the people who are in charge of checking these coal miners, since they want to bring back coal so much, to ensure that they are not or they do not have black lung disease, a disease that runs rampant in the coal mining industry. It is so bad in the coal mining industry. So right now that they say that a lot of young people are dying from an old man's disease. They have taken away most of the regulators uh, who examine and track the coal miners who may be developing or have developed this disease. They don't give a fuck about you. They just want to use you. These are some machines that they should get AI to do. These are some of the jobs. If you want coal, get AI to do it. No, 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 no. AI, we're not going to get AI to do those types of jobs. I mean, you guys are dispensable. Who gives a fuck about a human being when there's money to be made? Let's continue.
Dangerous consequences with lives at stake, and the rules come out of those past histories written in blood, but sometimes trying to ensure no more blood in the future. But you ignore them at your peril. This is the nonpartisan safety and security background to all of the Trump cuts that hit safety regulations, nuclear power plants. Deregulation, the Wall Street Journal says, will be a new high watermark. In other words, if true, if they get to where they want to go, they will deregulate more than ever before, which includes the examples I just showed you, and you saw the results. Now, the administration and its MAGA allies often say this is also about saving money, and you hear talk about the government being too expensive at the federal level. But many of tonight's examples show how corporations are often pushing against what they...
Government is too expensive, and they're going to try to intertwine it with personal wealth from personal corporations. That's do you see how it works together? This is about personal wealth. All of these extra deregulations. Understand that 47 wants to privatize many of our government agencies to ensure that his buddies, his friends, get wealthy. And they can get wealthier if they didn't have to deal with all of these little regulations.
They view as rules that cut into their money, not your taxpayer dollars, their profits. To say nothing of the safety of the people who live in this country and fund the government, and also, by the way, are consumers for those businesses. So with that in mind, I want you to notice now, I said sometimes you got to go back in history to then come back to the present. Who's leading this deregulation purge?
Who?
It's a billionaire business person.
Who?
Here's Elon Musk on regulations.
Regulations basically should be default gone. Default gone, not default there, default gone. And if it turns out that we missed the mark on a regulation, always add it back in.
If we miss the mark, add it back.
If we miss the mark, just always add it back in. Can you add the people who have died from the lack of regulation? Can you just add them back in? If it turns out that you missed the mark, can you add the lives back, the quality of life back to the people who your deregulation harmed? He gives zero fucks about you.
Back in. Does that sound like a good idea once the toxic cancer chemicals are in the land? Then add it back in afterwards? Musk is leading an effort that is Donald Trump's plan and power. He is ultimately responsible. They're purging employees. They're eliminating the few people on the job that look out for your safety, including in toxic and nuclear context, enforcement of rules that do the type of prevention of exactly the catastrophes we've discussed tonight, which paves the way for the risk of those things happening again or worse. They're going directly after health agencies that do exactly the kind of screenings and rules that I talked about tonight. At home, Trump's health secretary has halted data collection on everything from cancer to HIV. Experts say we will be more vulnerable for years to come because some of these things have long-term consequences. They're also blocking data around vaccines. We showed you tonight harrowing examples of what it looks like when governments, ours or others, cut too many rules.
Politico, we are flying blind. RFK Jr. cuts halt data collection on abortion, cancer, HIV, and more. A catastrophic is awaiting to unfold at the top of U.S. health agency, and it will put American lives at risk. Kennedy is blocking the release of pro-vaccine data amid widening measles outbreak. This is who's in charge of your health and human services. And I just told you what he did about the people who monitored the lungs of the coal miners. He got rid of all of them. I did a story about how they had fired the scientists so that there would be no one to test milk, and then they bought them back. Okay.
It's dangerous for you. That includes the 2008 financial crash, which spread in all sorts of deep, long-term ways, includes contaminated water that got people sick, and the government oversight failures, and having people in charge who just want to cut all the regulators and deal with the bailouts and the bankruptcies later. So as they purge these agencies and cut funding, this could affect you, your health, and the well-being of the people in this country. I say that based on the facts and the history, without any view of partisanship or even the personalities involved, which sometimes get so much attention. If your problem with Elon Musk is that you don't like his style, that's a whole other conversation. But the problem we see tonight is that Elon Musk, empowered by Donald Trump, on behalf of a business history that doesn't like costly rules that cut into their profits, he is wrong. Wrong in ways that could prove catastrophic.
Okay, so I hope you guys have a great remainder. What a way to end. Oh, what a way to end. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your Elon's Trump side gangster crib. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. There are a couple more at the bottom of my description box. There are a couple of more stories I got to that, I put in, but I didn't get to today. It was just so much to get to today. I may put them in on tomorrow, but go through my description box. Things are getting pretty peril out here. So please make sure you like the video, share it out if you choose to, and I appreciate your support. And I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Bye-bye.